She just. So please, everybody sit down. 60 seconds. We're starting the meeting. Yeah, I know. I don't know for certain. I don't know. It is now 9 a.m. and I'm calling this quarterly meeting of the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors to order. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view a broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting live at www.youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to speak at today's meeting. Signups were available until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time yesterday. Members of the public will speak under agenda item 5, and those members of the public joining remotely will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn to speak. Please note this meeting is being recorded and the recording will be available to the public. At this time, I'd like to ask our Executive Director, Trey Apple, to call the roll.
Director Augusto, Director Baruch, Director Bullard, Director Calvillo, Director Cantu, Director Cardenas, Director Cavazos, Director Charbonnet, Director Cherry, Director Clark, Director Cochran, Director Courageous, Director Crosley has an excused absence, Director Culpepper, Director Berunda Firth is present but not in the room right now. Director Fisher, Director Forbes
Present.
is here. Director Fuller, Director Gibson, Director Goss, Director Harris, Director Hill, Director Hoskins, Director Huddleston, Director Israni has an excused absence. Director Kern, Director Kroger, Justice Lehrman has an excused absence. Judge McClure, Director McDonald, Director Miller, Director Morales, Director Mount has an excused absence. Director Naylor, Director Pineda, Director Pratt, Judge Ramirez, Director Rispoli, Director Ritter, Director Shambato, Director Scott, Director Sloan, Director David Smith, Director Michael Smith, Director Todd Smith, Director Stafford, Director Stelly, Director Sood, Director Thiagi Rajan has an excused absence. Director Tisdale, Director Toby, Director Tobin, Director Tolchin, Director Vargas is present and joining the room shortly. Director Vasquez, Judge Wilkinson, Director Pack Wilson, Director Wooten. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. This time, I'd like to ask Director Huddleston to come forward and lead the invocation. You never have to ask the age of a director. You can just tell if they approach the podium with notes or an iPhone.
Good morning. Let's please bow our heads. Father God, thank you for the opportunity to be in Waco to serve the state of Texas. We ask that you put your hands over each member of the board and state bar staff, giving each of us wisdom and clarity. Father, please give us open hearts, allowing us to work together to fulfill the responsibilities you've so graciously bestowed upon us. We pray for Lucy Forbes for her healing and support. Thank you, God, for allowing us to serve you, the members of the legal profession, and the public. For this we pray. Amen.
Director Goss will now come forward and lead us in the pledges of allegiance.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Veterans may salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag, please. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee.
Thank you, Director Goss. At this time, we would like to welcome any members of the public who have signed up to speak. Any member of the public joining us in person who wishes to speak should sign a blue sign-in card and return it to the staff. If there's a specific topic of discussion or agenda item you would like to speak on, please list that on the card. If any members of the public have signed up to speak remotely, you will remain in the Zoom waiting room until it is your turn to speak, and I will address you to indicate when you may begin. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak, and we will notify you when your time is complete. Do we have any members of the public signed up to speak? No. All right, seeing none, we will now close the public comment period. During the remainder of the meeting, if there are board members or staff who wish to speak, please approach the microphone and I will recognize you when it is your turn to speak. At this time, we will move to agenda item number 6, the report from the chair of the board. The first item under that agenda item, the first item of business is approval of the consent agenda. We will need a motion and a second. Any director who wishes to make the motion or second it, please state your name. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Director Calvillo moves. Director Toby seconds. Any discussion of the consent agenda items? Seeing none, all directors who are in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 6B, the presentation of resolutions. President Gibson will present the resolutions.
Thank you. At this time, I have the distinct pleasure of presenting resolutions honoring 3 valued members of the McLennan County legal community. First is Judge Gary Coley. Judge Coley, would you come forward, please? Judge Coley earned his JD from Baylor Law and has been licensed in Texas since 1993. He served as a judge of the McLennan County's 74th District Court since 2009. He has been active in serving the legal profession through the Supreme Court of Texas Permanent Judicial Commission for Children, Youth, and Families in various roles, including as a commissioner, a planner, a faculty member for the Trial Skills Program, a member of the Legal Representation Committee, and a member of Welfare Conference Curriculum Committee. In 2014, Judge Coley co-founded the Heart of Texas Human Trafficking Coalition, which is a model for many other jurisdictions. Through these efforts, Judge Coley has been instrumental in combating the exploitation of children in this community and has created procedures that are being used throughout Texas. In recognition of this vital work, Texas CASA, which stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates, honored Judge Coley with the Judicial Innovation and Leadership Award in 2022. Today, the State Bar of Texas honors Judge Coley with a resolution in recognition of his service to the legal profession and to the people of Texas and his unwavering commitment to the law. We know that the State Bar has changed, and we've got two photographers, one that will stay in that camera for a while, and the other one that will be on the internet in moments.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our second resolution is going to be presented to Susan Nelson. Susan, would you come forward? She's in the back of the room. Awesome. Susan Nelson graduated from Baylor Law and has been a licensed Texas attorney since 1990. She's a shareholder in the Nelson Law Firm, PC in Waco, where she represents individuals and businesses in immigration matters. Ms. Nelson is an active volunteer, having served as chair of the State Bar litigation section from 2006 to 2007, a section representative to the State Bar Board of Directors from 2011 to 2013, and a District 8 director on the State Bar Board of Directors from 2013 to 2016, among other volunteer service she has had. Ms. Nelson is also a tireless volunteer for her community. She has served as president and on the board of directors of the Waco-McLennan County Bar Association and as chair of the Waco Regional Immigration Center. For more than 10 years, Ms. Nelson has served as an adjunct professor at Baylor University, where she trains and supervises law students in immigration clinics as they assist crime victims, asylum seekers, and young people with deferred action requests. Today, the State Bar of Texas honors Susan Nelson with a resolution in recognition of her services to the legal profession and the people of Texas and her unwavering commitment to law. Please join me in thanking Susan Nelson. Congratulations. Appreciate it. Thank you. Our final resolution is for Dean Brad Tobin, who we have heard a lot from. I had the pleasure of joining him for dinner last night. Would you come forward, Dean? Thank you. Bradley J.B. Brad Tobin received his JD from where? Guess? Baylor Law School. He's got his Master of Laws from Harvard University and has been licensed in Texas since 1977. Dean Tobin has taught at Indiana University School of Law in Indianapolis before joining the Baylor Law faculty in 1983 and was named Dean of the Law School in 1991. Today, until July, he is the longest current dean among the 203 law schools that are accredited by the American Bar Association. Through his work at Baylor and beyond, Dean Tobin has had a tremendous impact on Texas lawyers and the legal profession, having served as the MC and Maddie Kasten Professor of Law at Baylor, as an elected member of the American Law Institute and as a commissioner to the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws. Dean Tobin has been active in the State Bar of Texas, especially in the bankruptcy specialization certification program, and has participated regularly in accreditation and membership inspections of law schools for the American Bar Association and the Association of American Law Schools. After a distinguished tenure as Dean of the Baylor Law School, Dean Tobin has decided to return to the faculty effective July 1 of 2023. University officials say that today's Baylor Law School is largely the product of the team that Dean Tobin has created and cultivated, and thanks to his efforts, Baylor Law is poised to continue as one of the nation's premier teaching law schools for future practitioners for generations to come. Today, the State Bar of Texas honors Dean Brad Tobin with a resolution in recognition of his service to the legal profession and to the people of Texas and his unwavering commitment to the law. Today, he is joined by his wife, Beth, who is County District Attorney of, I love this, Limestone County, Texas. I didn't know we had a Limestone County. That's perfect. Please join me in congratulating Dean Tobin for this honor.
Any comments from directors? We'll now proceed to agenda item 6C, my general report. Very little to report, actually. I attended the LGBT section's anniversary gala 2 weeks ago. Several other directors were there as well. It was a fabulous event in Dallas. And also, along with President-elect and our executive director, attended the Access to Justice Gala on Tuesday of this week in Austin. And that was also a terrific event. And I expect we'll hear more about that in their reports. Very briefly, let me tell you the plan for the day. First of all, I want to particularly welcome Director Forbes and past President Firth, Verunda Firth. We're delighted to see you both up there on the screen, and I hope both of you know that there is not a single director in this room that doesn't think of each of you and your families every single day. Secondly, we will have a lunch sandwich buffet. We will take a 10-minute break, and I am challenging the board to see if we can get 55 sandwiches assembled in 10 minutes and be back in this room so that we can work through lunch and try and get everybody on the road. I know we have a number of directors with other commitments, meetings, difficult travel connections, so we will try to get through our business as quickly as we can. We will not take any breaks today. We will work straight through. So if you need to step out, just step out, and remember checkout time. So if you need to handle that, please do. We will be taking a number of agenda items out of order. I'll keep you posted throughout the day, but we've got to accommodate some directors with travel plans or other commitments. Could we just take a moment? Once again, a fabulous dinner last night. Fabulous meeting today, and we really need to recognize and thank our tremendous State Bar staff. Everybody in the room who works for the State Bar of Texas, we very much appreciate and value you. Let's just take a moment to give them a round of applause. And I have to say, I was dragged by President Gibson kicking and screaming to Baylor Stadium last night, but it was pretty fabulous. Even I have to admit, that was pretty spectacular. I'm glad we went. Last thing I need to talk about is just very briefly board communication efforts. I want to just speak for a moment to the first and second year director classes. We have some third year directors who have really gone above and beyond and speaking to local bar groups. I would have to say Director Calvillo in particular has sort of led the way in that charge, challenged the first and second year directors to catch up and join in that effort. We really do. It's an important part of what we do. One of the directors called me just a couple of weeks ago and said that he had made a presentation and said it was so well received. It's just amazing to me. You know, you stand up there and tell us this is important, and it makes a difference. It really does make a difference if our members can see and hear from a director in person, sometimes just to know we care enough to be there and communicate with them. So remember, we do have ready-made PowerPoints for you. You don't have to do anything in advance. It's all prepared and in onboard effect for you to download. Let us know if you are doing that. Please remember to let Lowell Brown at the State Bar know that you do it so that he's abreast of those efforts. At this time, before we move on to the chair election, we have one other item, and I'm really excited about this. It was one thing I really wanted to make sure I did during this year. We do a lot of cool things at the State Bar of Texas, but probably the single coolest thing, and the one ironically that almost nobody knows about, is law-related education. And I thought it was really important for all of you to hear a little bit about that during my term as chair. For those of you who don't know, I mean, I think most of you know I was a high school principal for a very long time, and I can tell you the best provider of teacher, government-related, civics-related education in the entire American Southwest is the State Bar of Texas. So to give you an idea of the breadth of this effort, every single year in the state of Texas, nearly 250,000 school children receive civics or government education from a teacher trained by the State Bar of Texas. 250,000 kids are taught by people we teach. And the person who leads that effort is with us today. If she would come up, Jan Miller is going to come up and talk to you for just 5 minutes or so about law-related education, and I don't want to put any pressure on you, Jan, but prepare to be dazzled.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm joined today with our wonderful LRE coordinator, Dodie Casper, and she's going to help in this presentation if that's okay. So Dodie, yes. I think Jennifer and them, yeah, there, I see the push cards are on your tables. This is kind of like a quick overview of our program. And I like to say it's like 4 squares. We focus on that professional development piece. That's what Chad was talking about with going in and helping teachers. And we help teachers, public, private, parochial, homeschool, all educators and pre-service educators at the college level. We also have a wonderful website we're going to talk about in a second. But one of our main aspects that we do is we try to create curriculum materials that are interactive for students. I don't know about you, but most of my public school history classes were textbook driven. Answer those questions at the end of the chapter and so on. And it was a teacher that actually did simulations and debates and mock trials that made me want to become a teacher. So that's what we try to emphasize in LRE. And also we have a student competition called the Texas Citizen Bee. And we gave you a special another push card on that competition, which we just wrapped up the state competition 2 weeks ago here in Austin that we have. And I think there's a clicker. Yeah, here we go. This last year, and the numbers are still coming in, but this is the best of our ability right now. Teachers trained over 2,000 teachers this last fiscal year. Students reached 225,000, and we held 101 sessions throughout the state. I'm going to turn it over to Dodie to talk about our website.
So on our website, if you haven't had the opportunity to visit it, we would love for you to do that. It is a great resource for educators in the classroom. Everything on there is absolutely free. We have videos, we have games kids can play. All of it is just kind of jump on, jump off. But one of the things I think we're excited about so far this year, roughly 30,000 content modules have been downloaded. And these were resources we created for use with learners in the height of the pandemic. We found out, obviously, that we have a lot of areas of our state that didn't have internet access. And so students were learning virtually, but some weren't. And so using existing resources, we bundled our content together so that teachers could in essence, create a packet of information for kids to take home so that they could continue learning. One of the things we found is that apparently they were so well received by teachers, they're still in use today. One of the things we're extremely proud about is the link to strong literacy strategies that we've been embedded in each of those.
So what we're going to do now is, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and skip that little guy. In the essence of Scrappy Explores as Community, this was a children's book we launched 2 years ago and introduced it at the Bar Leaders Conference in August or in July of last year. We have a new children's book that's coming out, and I'm very pleased to show you the cover. Legal Beagle, The Case of the Stolen Collar. And so what we're going to do with Legal Beagle, first of all, I'd like to thank the Texas Bar Foundation and also the Texas Bar College for funding this effort to get this children's book out there. And it's written in a frame style to where it will be, we'll have 3 specialized frames. And the idea of the book is that Legal Beagle is the judge's dog, basically. And he is going to be the narrator throughout the book. And Legal Beagle is, in fact, let Dodie read the Legal Beagle part. There we go.
So Legal Beagle is my name. Examining the facts is my game. My human works as a judge who presides over cases. Being fair and impartial is what she embraces. She works in a courthouse, which you'll soon learn today as the case of the stolen collar gets underway. You will find me on each page of this fascinating story, sharing facts about the courtroom and all its glory. On each page, you'll also find, if you choose to play, a gavel-shaped bone hidden carefully away. Only a keen eye will discover it's not easy to find. Look deep into the page to see it intertwined.
So our goal is to make this another attorney in the classroom project, available through local bar associations and also attorneys that like to go into their own children's or grandchildren's classrooms. We'll feature characters in a courtroom, the different people that make a trial possible. And also, if you notice the frames, we have frames within frames that give information about law school, about being an attorney, the difference between civil and criminal law. So we're also hoping that the books might go into courthouses and placed in like children are testifying, they might need some material just so they're reading and waiting to go to do that. And so I think this book has a lot of potential with a lot of different avenues. And so with your help, we're hoping to roll it out at this coming year's Bar Leaders Conference. And let's get Legal Beagle into schools and also into those communities. So Chad, thanks again for allowing us to speak about our program. And y'all have a great meeting. Thanks so much.
Mr. Chair? may I
Yes,
be
the chair
recognized?
recognizes Director Courageous.
First, welcome to Waco, China Springs' largest bedroom community. But Jan, I just want to thank you. You have changed so many lives over the years, including mine. And hold on a second. I'm sorry, I get choked up. Kenna knows I cry a lot. But you have changed my life, changed my daughter's life. Homeschooling her now. And because of your materials, she is enjoying education. And I love teaching her. So thank you. And thank you for all you do for our Texas children.
So, one of the things we get asked a lot by some of our members who are skeptical about the state bar is, what are you doing for lawyers and what are you doing for me? And of course, we all have many answers to that, but I always like to tell them about law-related education because that's something we're doing for every citizen of the state of Texas, and it's important. And it's a great use of our members' dues in part. I mean, it's obviously largely privately supported as well, but it's really a valuable program. Wanted you all to hear about it. Okay. Sub item D, the chair of the board election. I have to first start by saying I'm required to say this. It's a little bit outdated because we do this by online voting now, but the board policy manual actually requires me to provide each of the candidates the opportunity to leave the room during the vote if they wish, although that's really no longer necessary since we're voting on board effect now. But the board policy manual says I have to say it. We have two candidates, of course, Kenan Wooten and Dwight McDonald. I can't tell you what a privilege it is to keep this chair warm between Santos Vargas and one of those two candidates. We have been assured by Director Fisher that it's a huge trade up, and I can't argue with that. I would have to agree with that assessment. Just to say personally to both of you, everybody in this room hates having to cast this ballot because we love and admire and respect both of you tremendously. So with that, at our January board meeting, the board voted to conduct the election by use of online voting. So we'll be using the Board Effect platform tool called Poll for online voting. So at this time, voting directors, if you haven't already, please make sure you are logged into Board Effect. If you're having any issues, raise your hand super duper high, and a member of the staff will assist you. The State Bar rules require that directors be present to vote. Voting by proxy is not allowed, and only voting members of the board may vote in the election. Please remember these electronic votes are subject to both the Open Meetings Act and the Open Records Act. For that reason, we are having you log into your Board Effect account as verification of your vote. As provided in the board policy manual, the election will proceed in this manner. You will vote for one of the two chair candidates. The candidate receiving a majority vote of the board members present and voting will win the election and be chair-elect. I believe at this point, they're going to put some slides on the screen to help you with some instructions on how to vote using the Board Effect tool. You'll need to be logged in to do this. Once logged into Board Effect, you'll be on your home page. Scroll down to see My Polls. Click on the name of the poll, Electronic Ballot for Chair of the Board. Please make your selection and then hit Submit. At that time, your vote will be complete. Again, we will take a short break here to enable the votes to be tabulated. If you are having any problems, please raise your hand and Jen will come by and assist you. I see one hand up over on the side. Three hands. There are hands going up everywhere now. Yes. We've still got, if you're still having a problem, just put your hand up and we'll get it taken care of. And otherwise, we'll just stand at ease without objection for a few minutes while the votes are tabulated.
And I preloaded it. Okay, hang on now.
We're having an issue with board effect. We have a couple of members who are going to have to vote by paper ballot, so we'll just hang tight for a minute. We'll be done with it shortly.
Y'all can't do it? Oh.
It will once you go. All right, we could have everybody come back to order, please. It's my honor to congratulate our Chair-elect Kenan Wooten of Austin. And I would very much like us all to join in a second round of applause for Dwight McDonald of Lubbock. Director Wooten, would you like to come forward and make a few comments?
I was going to bring some paper notes, but I don't want to age myself, so I'll just speak from memory. During this race, I learned a lot more about and from you all, and that increased knowledge and deepened connection just furthered my desire to serve you as chair. So thank you very much for the opportunity. It means a whole lot to me. I know I have tremendously big shoes to fill, as humble as Chad is being, and I will strive to fill them well for you. I also want to say thank you, Dwight, for this race that you really made about professionalism and kindness. I wish more spaces and places were like that, and it was like that because of you. I really appreciate you, and I said it before and I'll say it again. I'm really looking forward to serving alongside you next year. Thank you very much for this opportunity again. You all told me you appreciate brevity and efficiency, so I'll end by saying that I will do my best to serve you well and make you proud. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take an agenda item out of order now to accommodate some travel plans. So at this time, we'll be taking agenda item 12, Audit and Finance Committee Report, Director Calvillo.
Good morning, everybody. You know that it brings me great joy to share the audit and finance report with you, and especially because the results are so good. Revenues versus expenditures, positive, that's a good thing. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about the financial results as of the first 9 months of the fiscal year, and then we're going to talk briefly about the investment report and then review the internal audit report. And so we're going to do that as efficiently as we can. So first of all, I wanted to emphasize this slide because this is a good thing. Revenues are over expenditures. That's always a very good thing. One thing that we've learned, I guess, in the last 3 years, and if you look at your dashboard, you're going to see the first snapshot, I think, of the 3 years, the pandemic year, the year after, and then the current year. You're going to see that we're beginning to see the brave new world that is the post-pandemic world and its impact on expenditures. So one of the things that you see is that we're kind of retooling the way the bar operates, and in particular in the CLE, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. And here's what I'm talking about. If you look at these three charts, these three graphs, that's the pandemic year, the year after, and then the current year, and those are for the first 3 months. One of the things that you'll see is that while membership dues represent the biggest single area of revenues, it's not the only one, and we can't we wouldn't be able to provide all the services that we provide if it weren't for all of the other categories of revenues. And that's an important thing, and it's going to become even more important long after my service on the board. And so keep an eye on that as we go forward. Texas Bar CLE, MCLE fees, those are indispensable in the current mix of revenues that we have. If you look at expenditures, this is where I was talking about we're beginning to see this brave new world post-pandemic. And you'll see in particular that although we're seeing an increase in actual expenses, if you look at the total numbers, the bar is still below its budgeted expenditures by about $1.8 million. And you'll see that a little bit later in another slide. That's important because throughout this process, the bar follows good practices, good, best business practices, and follows a very conservative budgeting process. The budgeting process, though, is prospective, and so it's done a number of years from now. And so if you look at these expenditures, one of the main categories that you'll see is that although we're saving money by having more virtual CLE presentations, some of the costs are increasing, and in particular the hotel costs. Those costs are increasing, printing costs are also increasing, et cetera. But in general, our expenditures, I think you'll see we have a pretty good grasp on those expenditures. I was talking about budgeting. As you'll see, that budgeted net revenue number, that shows that we have a balanced budget that we follow. And it shows that we anticipated that our revenues would be pretty close to what our expenditures are, but actual expenditures are even better than that. And as we started out with that first slide, that revenues are greater than expenditures, which again is a good thing. This highlights that even better, that we're even better than we budgeted for, to the tune of $4 million. So whenever it's a positive variance, it's good, and that's what we're experiencing at the moment. The next thing is a quarterly investment report. The quarterly investment report reflects the investment funds that the State Bar has on deposit, and they're managed by a professional manager. Those investments are subject to the Public Fund Investment Act, and we have to comply. We have to make sure that we're in compliance with that act, and that things are being handled. That we're being good stewards of the monies that are entrusted to us by putting them in the hands of a professional manager. Oops, let me go back. So as you might expect, because we all know that revenue or that interest rates are increasing, we That's all the raise, all the rave the last year, I guess 2023 in particular. That also has an impact on our investment. And you'll see in your packet that our revenues from our investment revenues are even higher than we budgeted. Again, because we budgeted in the past, we didn't at that time when we were budgeting, revenues were close, or interest rates were close to zero. Now interest rates are higher, and so we're even higher than we anticipated back then. Our investments are in conservative, the conservative type of investment products that you'd expect, including U.S. Treasuries, commercial paper, insured certificates of deposit, et cetera, et cetera. And so all those are as conservative as you can get. You'll note in particular as of the quarter ended February 28th, that it may reflect that there is a decrease in our investment value. The important thing about that is that it's unrealized. That means that although the value has decreased, it's not really an issue because we're not going to realize that loss because the bar intends by its investment policy to hold those investments over time. One of the things that I found interesting in the investment report that was given to us a number of weeks ago was that the mix of investments is going to go more towards intermediate term investments as opposed to short term. You would think that because interest rates are high now, we'd want to take advantage of that. But the policy is actually we're going to go more towards intermediate investment, an investment period, because we expect interest rates eventually to equalize in such a way that the smart money is moving our mix of investment products to a more intermediate term. And so you'll see that in the future. And so on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I move on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee to approve the February 28th, 2023 quarterly investment report.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all directors who are in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries.
So we've had the same firm, the PFM Asset Management firm, serve as our investment advisor. And we're going through a time period where we're required to have a request for proposal every 5 years. But we're in a time period where there's 1 year that's kind of in between. And so we've been satisfied with their services so far. They work well with the State Bar staff. We have confidence in them. And so what we're asking is that we approve their contract for this 1 year until the following year when we'll put out for a request for proposal to see who will succeed them or whether they continue. So on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, we move to approve the 1 year extension of the PFM Asset Management contract.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Seeing none, all directors in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries.
Last but not least, the word audit and finance. Okay, we start off with audit. As you will remember, audit, that word can be internally focused or externally focused. The external audit is where our own financial statements are being examined by an accounting firm for use by others. And it reflects the financial condition, the financial status of the State Bar of Texas. Right now, we're going to talk about the internal audit, where we take those audits, the audit company's magnifying glass, and we put it internally to make sure that we're following the best practices and good internal controls within the State Bar's operations. And we have a firm that does that. That's the McConnell and Jones firm. We approved them here this last year, and the way their 5-year plan operates is that they focus their magnifying glass on different operations. Right now, they're focusing on these divisions: the audit, the advertising review, the client attorney assistance program, membership and investments, and we expect to receive their report before the June meeting, and be looking out for that. That's the internal audit. And I don't think there's an action item relating to that. So I will conclude my report. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Director Cavillo. This time we will move to agenda item 7, the report from Executive Director Trey Apfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As is our custom, yesterday we hosted a free CLE for our solo and small firm lawyers here in Waco. It was well attended. We had about roughly 40 people who were in attendance. Attendees received 2.5 hours of CLE credit while learning about the state bar, legal writing tips, and latest updates in family, employment, and criminal law. Thanks to President Gibson, Chair Baruch, and Directors Lawrence Morales, Kimberly Pack Wilson, and Dwight McDonald for speaking at this event. It was very successful. We're excited to start talking about the State Bar Annual Meeting. We will be hosting it in Austin this year, June 22nd and 23rd at the JW Marriott. Directors, if you are interested in sponsorships, please let us know. And for State Bar members watching this meeting, early bird registration is now underway through May 23 at texasbar.com/annual meeting. For State Bar members watching this, they can go online at that site and register. So I understand some of you are getting questions about how the annual meeting keynote speakers are selected. And I can tell you that each year we have a volunteer committee. Let me state that again, a volunteer committee of attorneys from the host city of the annual meeting. They meet and select the keynote speakers. As usual, we had a very diverse and engaged committee this year, as we do every year. After considering a number of possibilities and gauging different speakers' costs and availability, the committee selected the keynotes you have seen advertised. In making these decisions, the goal is always to invite speakers who have interesting stories to tell and/or who have played significant roles in events affecting the legal profession. Sometimes the speakers are political figures, and over the years, we have had them from both sides of the aisle. In these cases, it is simply a chance to hear from notable figures, not an endorsement of anyone's views. Speaker fees, if any, are funded by revenues generated from the annual meeting. Bar dues are not used for that purpose. We appreciate the work of our annual meeting committee, and we hope all members will attend and experience the diversity of thought and discussion and topics and speakers that will be available throughout the conference. Planning is also underway for this year's Local Bar Leaders Conference, which will take place July 21, 22 at the Western Galleria in Houston. As you know, this is a wonderful conference that brings together local and specialty bars, young lawyer affiliate leaders, and access to justice delegates from across Texas to share information and ideas to help them better serve their members. Last year's Local Bar Leaders Conference, I believe, was either one of the best or the best that I have ever been associated with over the last 15 years or so. I expect this year's conference to surpass that. Stay tuned for more announcements on this upcoming conference soon. We continue to feature members of this board each month in the TBJ Director Spotlight column. For example, Director Kimberly Naylor is in May's issue and spotlighted there. Thank you to all of the directors who have participated in this effort. I think it is one of the best opportunities that we have to introduce you to our membership and to identify you as one of the leaders of the profession. If we haven't gotten to you, we will. Our goal is to feature every director before the end of their term on the board. So when you get the request from TBJ staff to participate, please respond promptly. It's important for our members to hear from you so that they can better understand your contributions as a volunteer. If you fail to respond, we reserve the right to put you on the cover and say whatever we want about you. So consider yourself warned. On the member benefits front, we continue to provide a variety of services and discounts that serve and help Texas lawyers in their practices. We recently extended our legal research partnership with Fastcase to provide all active bar members with free access to Fastcase case law alerts. The new Texas case law alerts provide our members with daily alerts and case summaries in 13 different practice areas, including family law, business law, and personal injury law by drawing on Texas trial and appellate courts across the state. You can find all of our member benefits at texasbar.com/benefits. Prior to the establishment of the State Bar of Texas in 1939, the Texas Bar Association was the primary professional organization for attorneys in Texas. I'm pleased to report that the complete Texas Bar Association meeting minutes from 1930 to 1940 are now available at the State Bar of Texas on digital archives. These minutes reflect the actions of the Texas legal community in the early 20th century, and they also document the dissolution of the Texas Bar Association when the State Bar was created. I don't know if any of you had a chance to walk through a part of the convention center, but they have some photos from the early 1900s along one wall. And that was back in the horse and buggy days. And they literally had parking places for the horses and buggies. And one of those photos, and you really ought to go see it. The horse, I mean, every parking space is occupied by a horse-drawn wagon. It's really something to see at the courthouse, by the way. So I commend it to you for review. So you can access these documents at the texasbar.com/digital archive site. And there are many other accomplishments by our staff that I could focus on, but in the interest of time, I want to mention just some of the highlights of the past quarter. First, on the information technology front, we have added additional cybersecurity measures to harden security at the State Bar. We've deployed new software to improve functionality and efficiency at our call centers. And we've added new functionality to allow attorneys to order their bar cards online. On the Texas Bar CLE front, in March, Texas Bar CLE presented a new interactive course entitled Becoming a Trial Lawyer. Speakers with exceptional skills in trial work presented topics every trial lawyer needs to know. The course included interactive breakout sessions that provided hands-on opportunities to develop trial skills, and the feedback from attorneys has been very positive. In addition to its regular work, our membership department has been focusing on helping attorneys who have experienced identity fraud, including working with law enforcement to share information. And in the past month, we have seen a decrease in calls regarding attorney identity fraud. So it's working. Attorneys who are victims of identity fraud can voluntarily participate in the State Bar's Identity Fraud Flag Program. And you can learn more about that at texasbar.com/fraud flag. On the Texas Bar books front, the Supreme Court's amended Rule 21B and new Rule 21D of the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, which went into effect on February 1, 2023, substantially changed the requirements for giving notice to court proceedings in civil cases. 5 forms addressing the new requirements are now available to download without charge from texasbarpractice.com. The forms drafted and edited by the Texas Family Law Practice Manual Committee of the Family Law section will also be included in the next online update of the Texas Family Law Practice Manual and will appear in the 2024 print and digital versions of the manual. So we appreciate the Family Law section and their contributions to that effort. Also, one of our blog posts on texasbarpractice.com has become a viral sensation. Senior editor Roger Siebert's post titled "Grammar Tip: Should I Put Commas Around a Title?" has had over 11,000 clicks and more than 400,000 impressions. Obviously, it is a source of consternation among our membership. Also on law practice management, the committee is developing a toolkit of materials on succession planning that will be available to download from the TexasBarPractice.com website. The committee will review and approve drafts for the toolkit at their next meeting in May. This is a real example of how our committees contribute to the overall success of our state bar. And then lastly, on the update front, our Chief Disciplinary Counsel office in San Antonio has completed their move to a new office space, which is near the North Star Mall and the airport. Their first day of business in the new space will be this Monday. I want to give a special shout out to Craig Chapman and the IT team for getting over there and spending days getting that all up to speed and ready for action. And then on a staffing note, Brad Johnson, who worked with the board in his capacity as in-house legal counsel, recently left the state bar to work for another agency. We wish him well. Fortunately, our legal counsel's office continues to be in good hands under the direction of Chief Legal Counsel Chris Ritter. Chris has extensive experience in overseeing and working with our TLAP program, our Access to Justice Commission, and Legal Access Department, in addition to handling and overseeing all legal matters pertaining to the bar, including employment and HR issues and pending litigation. Now for our Staff Excellence Award. At this time, it's my pleasure to present our quarterly award to Julia Rivera. Julia has played a crucial role in training and mentoring our lawyer referral and information service staff as they have filled many open positions over the past year. This has earned her the new title of team lead. Julia has exclusively processed the department's online payments since the loss of another staff member, and she is currently training our new team members on this and other administrative duties. She is infinitely patient in this leading role, and even with these new responsibilities, she still leads the team in calls fielded. She is the LRIS rock, has a great attitude, and is truly amazing. Thank you, Julia, for your commitment to excellence and your dedication to the State Bar of Texas and the people it serves. Thank you. And lastly, thank you, board members, for your service to this board. You all lead busy lives. You have law firms to manage, law partners to answer to, clients to represent. Your board service is never taken for granted. Thank you for the sacrifices that you make to make the State Bar of Texas better.
Thank you, Executive Director Apfel. Any comments? The Chair recognizes Director Fisher.
Yes, Trey, I would like to talk about something you did.
If you could just, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but please remember all directors, please
Okay.
remember to direct your comments toward the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about something
Please
that
proceed.
Trey did. That's not going to be in a bar journal. It's not going to be in the News Digest. But it meant a lot to me. And I had been talking to one of our afflicted directors, and she made it was a horribly sad call, and she made a request to me, and I said, I'm going to get on it. And I got my phone. I said, I'm going to call Trey. And Trey and I haven't exactly been friends, and we disagree on policy. Why do I think the deputies are always here just for me? Okay.
None of us can imagine why you feel that way, Director Fisher.
And you know, so I dialed, I'm thinking, God, he might not even answer the phone, and I was really not composed, and he did. And I said, what I hope we could get. And he was so nice in a very private way. And I really appreciate that. Now, we're gonna disagree on policy and that legislative policy thing. I've pulled out enough here that I'm gonna look like him, but you know, at that moment, Trey, or that moment, I really felt like despite a lot of our disagreements, that his leadership on that issue made us sort of feel like a real family. And I really appreciate that. And I'll always remember that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Fisher, for your comments. Before we move to agenda item number 8, I want to mention a couple of things. I want to remind everyone that checkout time at the hotel is noon. So if you need to deal with that, please make sure you do so. Also, I note that we have a couple of public members here, representatives of our sections in the back, to speak on agenda item 14. I want to just let them know so I don't spring it on them when they get to the microphone. You each will have 3 minutes to make your remarks. So if you prepared 15 minutes, now would be the time to edit closely. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 8, our report from President Laura Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, my voice is shaky. So as president, one of the best things I get to do is get calls and emails and letters from people who love our Texas law related education program. I know when Jan Miller and her team have been busy because I get wonderful letters and emails, and you know, Chad is not exaggerating about how important and how valued our Texas law related education program is. So I'm so glad we got to spotlight that. The time between our meeting in Bryan in January and now in Waco has been very busy for me. From February 1 through the 6th, I, along with Executive Director Apfel and Cindy Tisdale, got to go to the National Conference of Bar Presidents and the American Bar Association in New Orleans. A lot of people had trouble getting to New Orleans then because there were lots of storms out of Austin. I know Trey and Karen were really worried about their house because they didn't have power for about 4 days. But I've said this before, Texas is very well regarded before the National Conference of Bar Presidents. And we always learn so much from our colleagues around the country. From March 1, or actually on March 4 in Galveston, I actually got to stop by my Bay House and have lunch after the Leadership SBOT for 45 minutes. Only time I've been to Galveston since my term, I believe. And these are photos from Leadership SBOT with Pamela, who does such a wonderful job helping our Leadership SBOT people be strong leaders. And we have a really wonderful class of leaders. And so that was a treat to be there. On March 3, I got to speak to the Texas Women Lawyers at their annual meeting in the Woodlands, and they asked me to talk about securing your own oxygen mask. That really resonated with that group of women, and that was a wonderful opportunity. On March 24, I got to be in Austin at the AT&T Center for the Texas Board of Legal Specialization induction ceremony, and our very own outside general counsel, Ross Fisher, was one of the inductees. He's one of 13 lawyers who are board certified in legislative and campaign law. So that was a nice treat. Between March, actually before the TBLS, I got to travel to Curacao to represent my client in a de novo appeal before the Joint Court of Appeals, which was presided over by 3 judges from the Netherlands. This is the photo on in the hallway is the barristers who I was presenting with. They wear their robes. I got permission to appear before the body. And they wear their robes and they speak in Dutch. So I was allowed permission to speak in English, and I wore headsets so I could hear what was going on. And this is a photo of me after pulling an all-nighter with my 95-year-old client, getting him ready because he was originally going to be represented by the gentleman in the hallway, and decided he wanted me to speak on his behalf instead. So they had paparazzi all over the place, and I was shown a copy of that fierce looking photo, is how my grandchildren described it, that Yaya looks very fierce in that photo. On March 25, I got to speak to at the invitation of Cara Miller, who's an incoming leader in the Texas Aggie Bar Association. I got to speak in College Station on my presidential initiatives. And it was a wonderful group of lawyers, and, I hadn't been back to College Station since my daughter graduated from vet school in 2017, and the campus has really grown. The hardest week of my tenure was the week of March 27. Trey and I and Harriet Myers, who is in the back, were in Washington, D.C. for ABA Days. We worked 3 days meeting with people on the legislators on the Capitol, talking about the importance of the Texas Legal Corporation and pro bono funding. We used to say that we served about approximately 20% of the people who had need for justice, but couldn't afford it. And now the number is 8%. It's a really dire situation. I think the next photo is the next photo is our very first woman president of the State Bar of Texas, Harriet Myers, who is nationally known. She's chairing a panel of corporate leaders talking about the importance of closing the access to justice gap. So that was a really hard week because we did Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in Washington, D.C., took a flight leaving 6 p.m. DC and flew to San Diego, like all across the country, and arrived there at midnight DC time, and got in our hotel rooms and settled down about 2 in the morning. And then we had, we had Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in San Diego at the Western States Bar Conference. And, it was really, I've said this before, we really are truly recognized as the leader among bars in the country. And it's so nice to hear both from the Southern Conference and the Western States. But what we really learned is lawyer wellness is of paramount concern to all of the members of our bars. Everyone recognizes what an important problem it is for us to address in order to care for our members. And we were able to share best practices. I actually got to go on a whale watching trip with dolphins. My husband bailed on me. He's bailed on everything. Sorry if he's here in the room. He bailed on my whale watching trip, but I was able to invite somebody else. And we actually saw whales and dolphins, and it was just incredible. Since then, I was able to attend the Association of Women Attorneys Premier Women in Law as it celebrated its 10th anniversary in Houston. I was able to go to the Anti-Defamation League luncheon honoring Warren Harris, a former president of the Houston Bar Association and a very strong leader in the Texas Bar Association, as he received the Karen Sussman Award. And then this week, we attended the Access to Justice meeting. Cindy and Trey and I were at the Access to Justice Commission meeting on Tuesday. And then we were able to attend the Access to Justice Champions of Justice Gala at the Bullock Museum on Tuesday night, honoring the work of honoring veterans. And we heard 2 testimonials from veterans that were served that really brought me to tears. So David Kratos, you're not alone. We're all crying up here. And then because it wouldn't make any sense for me to go home on Wednesday, I had the pleasure of working out of the State Bar building on Wednesday, got a lot of work done, and got to Waco just in time to get my car under the porte-cochere before the hail hit. Paul in the back, our wonderful director of whatever your title is, he does everything, including filming a shot, so I don't have to fly to Dallas for a 4-minute presentation on Thursday. But his car was not so fortunate and got bashed in the windshield. But it's been very, very busy. But as I grow close to my end, I treasure every moment and am honored to serve our state and our lawyers. My presidential initiatives are making a difference in educating our membership about succession planning, lawyer well-being, and educating them about the lawyer discipline program. In January, the 3rd of 3 free CLEs related to my initiatives became available on our Texas Bar CLE website. I joined Greg Sampson, who's a senior counsel at Gray Reed, and he's a former State Bar director. He and I chaired the task force on succession planning from 2018 to 2019. And we recorded a webcast on succession planning essentials called Don't Wait, Designate. And Greg Sampson, thanks to Cindy's appointment, is going to chair the Law Practice Management Committee next year. And they, as Trey mentioned, are working on a succession planning toolkit. And he advised me that what they're contemplating is designating June 21, which is the longest day of the year, as designate your custodian day. So I hope that comes through and that a lot of our lawyers can do that. As I've told many of you before, my father was a lawyer who died without a succession plan. And I was a 4-year lawyer at Liddell Sapp, and I had to wind down his practice. And that's not something we want any of our family members to have to do. It's enough that they grieve our passing. They shouldn't have to close our businesses. So if you are a solo practitioner, or if you talk to members in your district, please emphasize to them the importance of designating a custodian. What they do is not take over the practice. They take the file and give it back to the client or give it to the next lawyer of the client's choosing. We've also done webcasts on suicide and depression prevention, which is a partnership. We did that in partnership with the Texas Lawyers Assistance Program. Something like 23,000 of our members have looked at that. Just ask how we must stop minding our own business in the legal world. And that's an online CLE on suicide and depression prevention. My December 22 column on securing your own oxygen mask first resonated with a lot of people. And I think it's, I think when we're candid about the stresses we as leaders in the law profession go through, we model that it's okay to need help and to ask for help. And then finally, understanding the attorney grievance system has almost 12,000 people who registered for what every lawyer should know about the attorney grievance system. That's been available since November. So if you haven't taken a look at that, please take a look at those 3 resources. You can get free CLE, especially if you've got an April birthday, like many of you do. In terms of action items, we need to address the at-large director appointment. There are 4 at-large director positions on the state bar. And at the annual meeting in June, the term will expire for our very own David Cavillo, who we will greatly miss. But the board policy provides a mechanism for filling that position. December 1 was the deadline for nominations for the at-large director position. This year, we had 9 nominations received, which I was really glad to see. The ad hoc committee to select the at-large directors reviewed the nominations, conducted interviews of the candidates, and submitted 2 nominees for my consideration. I interviewed both of them in Houston. They were both incredible candidates. They had tremendous experience in volunteer service, and it was a really hard decision. And as I say, they were 2 amazing people. I selected Noelle Hicks, who's a member of our leadership SBOT class of Houston. She's a graduate of Thurgood Marshall School of Law at Texas Southern University. She practices with Roberts, Markle, Weinberg, Butler, Haley, and she handles property law, breach of contract and creditors' rights, and litigation matters. She's got an impressive resume, including being renowned as a national expert on dealing with homeowners associations and the stresses that people who live in homeowners associations go through and how those associations can be of support to the citizens who are there. She also is very active in volunteering for the Texas Minority Council program. The term for this position begins at the annual meeting on June 22. I want to thank the members of the committee for their great work on the selection process. That committee is chaired by Kellyanne Clark, and its members are Elizabeth Sandoval Cantu, Laura Pratt, Paul Stafford, and Kimberly Pack Wilson. I move that the board approve the appointment of Noelle Hicks as an at-large director to take her role at the June meeting.
We will need a motion in a second. Is there a motion? Director Augusto moves. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Tolshin. Motion before the body is to approve Ms. Hicks for a 3-year term as an at-large director to the board of directors. What? Oh, whew. You know, it makes me very nervous when I hear them start talking when I'm up here. I think I've made a mistake. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any discussion on that? My apologies. I got flustered. All right. All directors in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I will say that the candidate that was not selected for the position has been asked to work on the Texas Center for Legal Ethics Board, and she has accepted that. So we are putting her to work. So her resources are very valued, and we couldn't go wrong. Finally, several of you have said that you are out of special blend. If you will bring your jars, I'm a big recycler, so I'm not going to let you throw your jar away. If you would like more special blend, bring your jar to the annual meeting and I will have more special blend for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gibson. That brings us to agenda item number 9. We'll now receive the report from President-elect Cindy Tisdale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Okay, I don't have special blend because I don't cook. So I'm gonna have to find something to do, but yeah, that wouldn't, if I did a special blend, no one would use it. So let me kind of catch you up with what I've been up to since the last time we saw each other. I have attended, oh, you ready? Set, go. I attended the Austin Bar Gala. Of course, you've seen this. And as President Gibson said, the ability to go out and represent the state bar to me is just exhilarating. It's exhausting and it's exhilarating, but we get to go to all of these places, talk to lawyers all over the state, all over the country, and say our words. So I went to the Austin Bar Gala. Also attended the National Conference of Bar Presidents, along with the entire team, as you see there. And again, I'm just going to reiterate what they said. When we go to a National Conference of Bar Presidents like this, they look to Texas. They look to Trey. They look to Laura as what they need to do, and they ask questions of us. But in turn, we get to learn from them. I've learned so much from them. So I attended that. I attended the Bar Leadership Institute as the president-elect coming in. This was an opportunity as a president-elect. You talk about what you should write in your bar journal articles, which is really scaring me at this point in time because I have my deadlines now. You know, things of that sort, and what your message should be and how you get your message out to the people and things of that sort. So it's a really good opportunity. If you look at the picture on the top right, I guess, that's a picture of all of the women bar presidents or president-elects around the nation. And so we got together because they had figured out, I think it's that we have the most women bar leaders at this point in time and ever. So we got together for one big picture. I'm very proud of that. Also attended the 10th Court of Appeals Centennial here in Waco. And picture there with Judge Coley that was recognized today. Judge Coley and I started my practice here in Waco. I graduated Baylor Law School, wearing the green. And my first job was at the DA's office here. I was a prosecutor, and Gary was a baby prosecutor with me. So we kind of went through that and learned together. And so it was good to see them, and it was good to be at the 10th Court of Appeals Centennial celebration on behalf of the bar. The State of the Judiciary, I was able to attend that, where Chief Justice Heck gave his presentation as to the state of the judiciary. Justice Lehrman, we needed a picture because it's like Button Jeff, I don't know, but I try not to wear heels around her. But and she said, "You can't show that to anybody. I look so short." And I said, "Well, I look so tall." But it's always fun and see the judges, Judge Wilkinson, Judge McClure, and Justice Busby, and get to see them and listen to the state of the judiciary. Director Smith invited me to speak to the Rockwall County Bar Association, which I did, and I was very pleased that Chair Baruch came up and to introduce me. He surprised me. So I was able to give my Ted Lasso speech to the Rockwall County Bar Association. I also gave my Ted Lasso speech to the Hopkins County Bar and the Tarrant County Bar, 2 different times. Love my Ted Lasso, by the way. Y'all all know that by now. I wish I had $1 for every person that signed up for Apple Plus after I gave my speech. I wouldn't practice anymore. I've also presented it to the Panhandle Family Law Association. And my Ted Lasso speech has now gone national. I was asked to present the Ted Lasso speech at the Southwest Louisiana Bench Bar. Shayna Saunier, she is the president-elect for the Louisiana Bar, heard about it and asked me to present. So the two of us presented. We kind of pivoted it wasn't according to the Texas Lawyers Creed or our rules. We changed it to the Louisiana rules and still married it together. And that was a fun time. I also presented to the paralegal division for the state bar. They had a Wild West CLE and I presented to them. It was about 90 paralegals in Granbury, Texas. Yay. And so I was able to present to them. I presented to the Texas Center for the Judiciary and was able to speak to them. There's so many judges, as you know, that it's split into two different ones. So I'm going to the next one here in a couple of weeks. Like everyone else, I attended the Access to Justice Gala for Veterans this week. Was it this week? The time is just, yeah. Oh, extended that. And just like President Gibson said, it was very moving and the stories of the veterans were very moving. And that was a good time. So that was my report. In addition to that, I went to the Dallas Bar Gala. I attended ABA Days in DC. We had teams, and as a team, you go to all of the congressmen and women's offices, right? So my team was Denise Schofield, Judge Laura Livingston, and Eduardo Rodriguez. I think we had the best team, but it was a lot of fun and good and exhausting, and like I said, exhilarating. Those are my two words for my year: exhausting and exhilarating. But we had a good time, and I think we made a lot of progress and got the word out to a lot of people. I also attended, of course, the Western States Bar Conference. So that was it. And in between all of that, I did practice law every once in a while. So that's kind of what I've been up to since the last time we talked. I'm going to go to the, now it's going to be the fun stuff, the budget committee. So let's talk about the update on the proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24. And I'm going to, of course, have to read more of this because when we're talking numbers, I don't trust myself. So I'm going to be having to read more of this, so I apologize. But the public hearing on the State Bar's fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget was held on April 4th at the Texas Law Center. It was also live cast on the State Bar's YouTube TV channel. We did not receive any public comments out on the budget. The proposed budget has not changed since its presentation during the January board meeting, and your packet includes a copy of the proposed budget as published in the March issue of the Texas Bar Journal. Today, I'm seeking approval from this board to present the proposed budget to the Supreme Court. Pending board approval, a meeting is set up to be held with the court on May 15th. I hereby make a motion on behalf of the Budget Committee to approve the presentation of the fiscal year 23-24 proposed budget to the Supreme Court.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Any discussion from directors? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries and the budget is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not working. Lowell, if you could, it's not working. Thank you. So included in your board materials is a document titled State Bar of Texas Financial Trends and Projections. That document provides an outlook for the State Bar's finances and budget. On March 20th, the Budget Committee met to discuss these projections and trends with executive and finance teams at the State Bar. Today, I will present the main charts and key points included in this document that will have an impact on the future budgets of the State Bar. As you've heard from Director Cavillo, his audit and finance presentation, the State Bar has remained financially healthy, seeing growth in revenues and expenditures. However, yeah, there's a however, and looking at projections developed by the finance division and economic trends, challenging times, of course, may be ahead for the bar. It's important that we communicate these financial trends so that leadership can be aware of the projected challenges with sufficient time to meet those challenges and make needed adjustments. The legal profession is self-regulated and the State Bar is self-funded. Therefore, any budgetary shortfalls we may have should be addressed well in advance to ensure the State Bar can continue to achieve the statutory purposes and operate at the service level the public and our members have come to expect. So key point one. There we, well, supposed to be a key point one for some reason. This isn't working, or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. But key point one, revenues keep the bar financially stable. If we look at general fund. Lowell, I'm sorry, I can't go back, and this is not the right slide. You're working on it. Never mind, I'm just gonna keep talking and put that down because I'm sure I'm messing something up. So key point one, revenues keep the bar financially stable. Over the past 10 years, the State Bar revenues and expenditures both have grown slowly on average, except for fiscal year 2022, which was affected by COVID-19 pandemic, as we know, and as of all of our budgets were affected by it, right? The State Bar has diligently set aside revenues that exceed operating expenditures to one, bolster the balances of the State Bar funds, two, to cover projected budgetary shortfalls, and three, to conserve funds in its reserves. The adjusted expenditure line, or the red line, well, it's in your board packet, so you can look at it on Board Effects, since we don't have it up on the screen. It takes into account the funds transferred to other funds or set aside in reserves. Funds receiving transfers from the general fund include the technology fund, the building fund, the client security fund, and funds set aside to maintain minimum reserves at a level of 2 to 4 months of operating expenditures. Without the support of the general fund's excess, the other funds of the bar would not be financially stable at this time. There you go. You can see the red line. So key point number 2 out of this is budgeted expenditures are projected to exceed budgeted revenues. That's something we'd never like to hear. And so if we look at key point number 2, the general fund budget is an important tool used to estimate the cost of operating the State Bar in one single year. This chart provides the budgeted general fund operating revenues and expenditures over the past 5 years, including the proposed budget today. Beginning in fiscal year 22-23, the budgeted operating revenues were less than budgeted operating expenditures. In part, this was because the operating expenditures were adjusted to include all ongoing operating expenditures. In prior budgets, some ongoing expenses were paid from board committed funds or capital project funds so that the budgeted revenues did not fall short or does not fall short of the budgeted expenditures. This resulted in budgeted expenditures being artificially low for that general fund during that time. Additionally, expenditures have increased at a higher rate over the past 2 years due to inflation, higher printing cost, higher paper cost, higher hotel cost, you name it, right? And it's an increasingly competitive job market on top of that. The total projected operating shortfall in the proposed 23-24, not this year's budget, but next year's budget, is $1,548,340. The excess from a prior fiscal year is already committed to fund that shortfall. So what's key point number 3 regarding the budget? Current operations are not sustainable from current projected revenues. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But if we look at this chart, the next chart, it projects general fund operating revenues and expenditures based on historical trends of dues, Texas Bar CLE revenue, MCLE revenue, and operating expenditures. Projected expenditures are expected to continue to exceed projected revenues, reaching a budgetary shortfall of $4.4 million by fiscal year 2030. The excess the State Bar realized during the pandemic years has been designated to fund the projected budgetary shortfalls in fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 25. However, this practice, of course, is not sustainable over the long term, and either expenditures in the State Bar programs will need to be cut or additional revenue is needed. So what's key point number 4 from this? Growth of significant revenue resources is expected to be low. And if we look at the next chart regarding membership dues, For more than 15 years, membership dues and CLE revenue together have accounted for approximately 80% of the state's general fund revenue. Membership dues and penalty fees accounted for approximately 48% of the general fund revenue over the past 5 years. Membership dues continues to be a significant source of revenue, of course. The table on this slide that you're looking at shows that dues revenue grew from 19.4 million in fiscal year 2014 to 21.4 million in fiscal year 2022, an increase of $2 million. However, the growth rate in revenue, or the increase in revenue year over year, is slowing from 2.1% in fiscal year 2015 to 0.87% in fiscal year 2022. To give an example of the impact of the slowing growth rate in financial terms, the State Bar received $404,279 in additional dues revenue when comparing fiscal year 2015 to 2014. However, the bar received only $184,865 in additional revenue when comparing fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 21. The reduction in growth rate represents approximately $215,606 less in funding annually compared to the rate experienced in fiscal year 2015. So let's talk about Texas Bar CLE revenue. Texas Bar CLE's financial performance, of course, is also an important driver of the State Bar's overall financial condition. CLE is experiencing a slightly lower growth rate in revenues when comparing this decade to the last decade. From fiscal year 2004 through fiscal year 2009, which were normal production years, the average annual increase in revenue was 3%. From fiscal year 2015 through fiscal year 2019, CLE's revenue grew by 2% annually. The pandemic, of course, disrupted revenue growth from fiscal year 20 through fiscal year 2022. CLE's growth in revenue is anticipated to be between 2% and 2.5% over the next decade, and expenditures are expected to rise between 2 and 3% annually, significantly, of course, impacting CLE's ability to contribute to the general fund and overall the other fund shortfalls. Many factors, some beyond, of course, the bar's control, cause inconsistent net revenue, including whether the legislature is in session. CLE revenue is usually higher in fiscal years following legislative sessions. Increases in hotel, postage, printing, paper, travel cost, and increased competition for jobs. These factors create challenges when budgeting and forecasting. However, the State Bar has always used a conservative budget approach. Increases in the core cost of CLE are relatively certain at this point, but increases in CLE net revenue may fluctuate. So what's key point 5 regarding all of this? Expenditure growth is expected to rise due to inflation, cost of living, and competition for employment in Austin. We look at the next slide about salaries and benefits. Salaries and benefits is the State Bar's largest expenditure category. For fiscal year 2022 to 2023, the salaries and benefits budgeted totaled $25,484,013, or roughly 57% of the overall $44,718,714 budgeted expenditures. The State Bar staff are essential, of course, in carrying out our mission. We can't do it without them. And purposes of the State Bar. Attracting and maintaining high quality staff depends on many elements, including creating a positive work environment that develops employees, fosters ethical practices, and encourages a team-oriented work culture. Additionally, the staff compensation package must remain competitive and respond to changes in the economy and the cost of living. The State Bar has continued to maintain controlled growth in salaries, with total actual expenditures increasing by only 1.9 million over the past 10 years. That's exceptional. That's only a 12% increase. State Bar staffing levels have remained relatively constant from a high of 270 to a low of 260 budgeted positions during the same year. During the last 10-year period from 2012 to 2021, for which the Social Security Administration provides wage data, workers average wages increased by 36% from $44,321 to $60,557. In response to higher vacancy and employee turnover rates, the State Bar is planning a compensation study and budgeting for a 5.8 increase in the budget for salaries in fiscal year 23-24 compared to the prior year's budget. The 5.8% increase is in anticipation of the recommended changes at the completion of that compensation study. So let's talk about the word no one wants to talk about, inflation. Inflation may be the single most effective tool at estimating the cost of goods and services in the coming years. Inflation, or the rate of increase of prices over time, is calculated, of course, by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics using the Consumer Price Index. According to the Bureau, inflation steadily increased by an average of 1.5% from 2012 to 2020. However, in comparing the annualized inflation rate in 2022 to 2020, the CPI grew by 13%, or from 259 to 293. This is an indicator that the State Bar's cost for goods and services, of course, will rise, period. So what are our next steps? The State Bar is completely self-funded, and the legal profession it regulates is completely self-regulated. Therefore, it's very important that fiscal shortfalls be addressed when they are projected and before they occur. With a strategy of continued emphasis on cost controls and proper planning of funding of a fiscally responsible budget, the State Bar will continue its successful financial results. The Budget Committee will meet in May to develop a plan to address the projected budgetary shortfalls. Then the Budget Committee will recommend a plan of action to the Board of Directors in June for consideration. I'll now open the discussion for any questions the board may have on this presentation.
Comments from directors? Chair recognizes Director Fisher.
Some of these points that you're making are what social scientists call independent variables that can change. A new TV show that's like LA Law could get us a vast amount more attorneys. Some of these things aren't bad. The CLE department has gone out of its way to allow people to give free CLE things, and that counts for part of the shortfall. I'm going to talk about this on the legislative policy, but HB 290 could potentially get us a lot more funding, and I'll explain that there. But we wouldn't be the first bar to run into deficit. California had a huge deficit a few years ago, and I'm not sure if they fixed it. So it's alarming. It's something we need to look at, but it's not panic.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Further comments from directors? We're going to move to agenda item 9C, which is going to have an action item. And I want to mention in advance of this, you'll want to, I think, pay particularly close attention because I suspect some of you may get some questions about this from other folks involved in bar activities.
Okay, now we're going to talk about the committee review task force. We have now completed our review of the bar standing committees. We have some proposed changes that we want to bring forward today to present. If you'll recall, the State Bar Act requires that the State Bar Executive Committee conduct a comprehensive review of all of the standing committees biannually to determine two things. Number one, whether there's a continued need for each committee, and number two, whether there is unnecessary overlap of committee activities. The task force met with all of the committee chairs and staff liaisons to review the activities of each committee over the past 2 years. We're pleased to report that the standing committees have been doing a great job. We all know that, right? They're the workhorses and they do a great job working on activities and projects that pertain to the mission and overall purposes of the State Bar Act. There is no significant overlap of activities among committees, and there is a continuing need for all committees. Now, a copy of our report is on Board Effect in your board meeting packet, and it details the recommendations we have made. I'm going to summarize them now. Number one, we're recommending amendments to the purpose clause for several committees, including the Disability Rights and Issues Committee, the Jury Service Committee, and the Laws Relating to Immigration and Nationality Committee. For the Professionalism Committee, we are recommending that we expand the scope of the committee to include civility. This change will emphasize the importance of civility in the profession and will encourage the committee to continue to find ways to promote civility. We recommend two things for this professionalism committee. Number one, the name of the committee should be changed to Professionalism and Civility. And number two, that we amend the purpose clause to incorporate the concept of civility in order to encourage the committee to work on projects that incorporate civility. The final recommendation of the committee is to implement term limits for the leadership of the standing committees. This includes chairs, co-chairs, and vice chairs. This concept was not a new concept. It was raised during the Committee Review Task Force in 2021. And we've been looking at it very closely this year in continuation of what they started in 2021. As a part of this task force, we recognize there's a balance between needing to have experience in those leadership positions, and also though the need to rotate those positions and allow new leadership and new ideas. We've noticed that many individuals in these leadership positions have served well over their 3 years consecutively, and sometimes much longer than that, especially with, of course, the pattern jury charges because of the nature of their work. We appreciate the service of these individuals. I served on a PJC too. I know how hardworking they are, and we appreciate that. But we recognize it doesn't give or provide valuable, and it does provide valuable continuity to those positions and those committees. However, the downside, of course, is we're not getting the new blood in there, not rotating new members to serve in those roles. It also becomes difficult to maintain consistency across committees in terms of how long they are serving. When I sat down to work on these committee appointments, you can really see the differences in the terms. And I'm sure both President Gibson and past President Firth will tell you the same thing. I felt there needed to be a little bit more consistency across all of the standing committees and all of these positions. So the task force has developed two specific recommendations for term limits. Number one, for most standing committees, there should be limit of serving no more than 3 consecutive years in a leadership role. Once they hit that 3-year point, a new person would be appointed. We thought this would be a good place to draw the line, giving someone a good amount of time to serve as a chair and also working on transition to new leadership. For the pattern jury charge and the real estate forms committee, we recommend that their term limit be 6 years for the leadership positions. These committees produce written materials and they're heavy written materials. So we thought it was necessary to have a longer term limit in those leadership positions. Once the term limits are reached, they must wait 2 years before they're eligible to serve as chair again. To implement these changes, we drafted proposed amendments to the board policy manual. We received input from Ken Wooten, the chair of the policy manual committee, and those amendments are included in your written report on board effect. Another thing to keep in mind is these term limits aren't new. They're already in place for the actual committee members. Members of the committees can only serve 2 consecutive 3-year terms. And for the PJC and real estate forms committees, they can only serve three consecutive 3-year terms. So we do really we already have a mechanism to encourage new ideas and new people on these committees. And now our proposal would also apply to leadership. One final thing I'd like to point out is that we included highlights of the projects being done by the various committees in your board packet. I'm not going to take that time today, but please look at those because they are hardworking committees and spend hours on doing the state bar work. So I'd really appreciate it if you go through and look at what they're all doing. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions, of course, but we do recommend that if the proposals are approved, they become effective June 1st in conjunction with the bar's fiscal year. The executive committee approved these recommendations at its meeting on April 4th. So, Mr. Chair, at this point, I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the recommendations of the committee review task force as noted in the written report.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, President-elect Tisdale. That brings us to agenda item number 10, our report from our immediate past president, Sylvia Brenda Firth.
Good morning. And I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I want to share with you that Lucy and I have a bird's eye view from the back of the room. So if anybody here is wondering whether it's time to start paying dues to Hair Club for Men, we can tell you. So give either one of us a call after the meeting and we'll let you know. I'm really particularly sad I couldn't be with you all in Waco because I spent a lot of time in Waco when I was campaigning. I was very well received in the community there. And I spent a lot of time at the law school too. And I'm glad to see the recognitions that were given today. And one thing I want to say about the Baylor Law School is they start teaching their law students very early on about participation in the bar and bar service. And I think that's to be lauded. I think that we need to see, and I'll say the same about Texas Tech. Dwight's in the room and he'll call me later and say, hey, what about us? But the same thing, I happened to be at both law schools when I was the president, when they had the day they signed up their students to be student members of the state bar. So those that are in a position of influence with your alma mater law school, spread that word because it helps to start talking about it and growing the featured leaders. Since our last meeting, I have unfortunately not been able to travel and do all the good work that has been done by the rest of the team. But I did talk to you all about the celebration that was being planned for International Women's Day by the Women in the Law section. And I want to congratulate Director Cantu, who chaired that. And it was a wonderful event. We had concurrent events in 14 cities across the state of Texas with dozens of women in attendance at each event. And I'm sure this is going to be the first of many such celebrations. So congratulations to Director Cantu. My report today is really an update with regard to the building committee. And I kind of to dovetail on the information that President-elect Tisdale was giving you with regard to expenses. Remember that part of the reason that we purchased the building and are hoping to have it ready soon to be used for CLE, et cetera, is the cost savings. When more and more using hotels in Austin is getting extremely expensive. So when we come to Austin to have a place to gather that we will own and be able to cater in our own events and not have to pay the outrageous fees is of value. So I just will remind you of that in case anybody asks you, why are we doing this project? I also want you all to recognize the fact that this is a very labor-intensive project for our staff, and they've taken this on top of all of their other duties, and it is really a lot of work. And you'll be hearing from us over and over again, but please know and thank them for all the work that they're doing to keep advancing this project. So since we last met, the Lawrence Group, who you all know is our design team, recommended that we have a geotechnical survey of the soil underneath 1415 to assess the nature of the soil and whether it is suitable for the construction of the building that we contemplate. This is a very standard procedure on major construction projects. There's no cause for any concern. 2 engineering firms responded to the request for proposals on the project, and the prices ranged between $8,500 and $11,000. Staff selected the FCI Engineering, and they performed the drilling sample this past Monday. They drilled a core sample down 50 feet beneath the surface, on the surface parking lot right next to the law center. The analysis will take several weeks for review, and FCI will present a written report of its finding in the next several weeks. Those of you who will remember that part of our work is to determine how we can accept donations for the construction of the building. And we have a question of whether or not the state bar can receive tax exempt donations. So we have outside counsel. Dan Baucom has submitted requests to the IRS to make a determination on the tax deductible status of donations to the state bar. We have yet to receive an answer from the IRS, but we expect it within the next couple of weeks. Which is talking about fundraising. The staff has continued to develop a potential fundraising program to be implemented by the state bar. And that would include recognition of donors and policies that govern the process. Staff has been researching fundraising consulting firms to determine whether we should go ahead and hire one to assist with the fundraising, because undertaking capital campaigns requires special knowledge and experience And we feel like hiring a firm might give us the assistance we need to conduct a successful campaign. Staff will consult with the subcommittee of the building committee, which is the fundraising committee, once it's done and conducting the review. You all will recall that we have the next phase of the Lawrence contract is due. So staff is working with Jeff Chapman, who is our outside counsel, to work on the next phase of development. The State Bar will contract with the Lawrence Group on schematic design, design development, sign development and permitting, and construction document design. One contract will be written to cover each phase with specific deliverables and schedule and a cost for each phase. The total cost of the contract is estimated at $1.8 million to be paid in monthly increments as work is performed for the duration of the project, which we estimate to be approximately 30 months. Each of the steps will be done in phases based on services rendered. This means that we have the ability to control our progress as we go forward, and we won't be locked into anything unless we're ready to move forward. And once the drafting of the contract is completed, staff will discuss it with the committee, and then we'll bring it to the board for approval as appropriate. So this is the part that kind of gets kind of technical, but maybe we can start getting COE somewhere for the construction of this public construction project. So you all remember that we have selected to use the construction manager at risk delivery method for this project, or a CMAR. The CMAR will be involved throughout the construction process. They provide professional services and they act as a consultant to the owner in the design development and pre-construction and through the construction phases. Oftentimes, the CMAR actually provides the construction of the project, depending on their availability, experience, and cost. And the reason we're using the CMAR is because it's used to control costs throughout the project, because at the very beginning, you establish what's called a guaranteed maximum price through the contract. The CMAR will review the architectural designs, develop their own cost estimates, and will be responsible for bidding on construction materials and gathering the subcontractors necessary for the project. And the process is critical for the CMAR to be able to establish the guaranteed maximum price. So it's a two-step selection process to select a CMAR. The first thing you do is you send out a request for qualifications, and it has been sent to various construction managers to identify firms that have appropriate qualifications for the project. And staff has been working with Jeff Chapman, our construction law counsel, to develop the RFQ to send a list to the CMARs. The RFQs received will be evaluated and the top ranked respondents will be selected to receive a request for proposal. The RFQ has been sent out and the deadline for the submission is May 31st. In the second step of the process, the RFP process, request for proposal, the top selected respondents will be required to submit additional information to the State Bar, including their fee proposals and general condition prices. The State Bar will rank the respondents in the order that they provide the best value. That's a term of art based upon the State Bar's evaluations. And that concludes my report for today. And we'll look forward to a lot more in the coming months. And I wish you a very good meeting. And I'm sorry I can't be with you. And I'll shut down now because I've been getting texts already from Chad about how long will I take. So thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
Convey to Vic how much we miss seeing you both and that our thoughts are with both of you. That brings us to is Santos, Director Vargas here. Is he still? Oh, he's still. Okay, we'll go out of order. That's all right. We're going to push agenda item 11 for a few minutes. Past Chair Vargas has a call he had to take. So that will bring us to agenda item number 13, Administration Committee, and we will hear a report from Director Cavazos.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. In January, the board approved updates to the BAR's strategic plan. This concluded the subcommittee's process for formulating strategic goals for the 2022-2023 5-year plan update. Our next task will be to review and update the performance measures that correspond with those strategic plan goals. We will be meeting on the performance measures in the coming months and hope to bring recommendations to the board in June. I'd like to thank the committee for their hard work, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Cavazos. You win the MVP Report Award for this meeting. Okay. All right, that will bring us, we're still going to wait, I guess, on agenda item 11 for a few minutes. So that will bring us to agenda item number 14. That's going to be the Legislative Policy Subcommittee. Director Miller will provide that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a millennial, I'd like to point out that I have brought paper notes. As you all know, there is a provision in our legislative policy that outlines how we respond to proposed legislation during the legislative session when there is not time to wait for the next board meeting or executive committee meeting. In those situations, the ad hoc emergency legislative response committee, made up of myself as the legislative policy subcommittee chair, President Gibson, Chair Baruch, President-elect Tisdale, and Executive Director Apfel, meets to determine if the matter can wait until the next meeting, and if not, we are charged with making the decision. Today, we bring those decisions to you for ratification. The first two bills I'm going to talk about were identified internally, and the next two proposals were brought to us from sections. Excuse me. Thank you. Two bills were filed on the last day of bill filing that would have a direct impact on our grievance system. The first was House Bill 5010 by Representative Schofield, which is Senate Bill 2462 as a companion bill that was filed by Senator Bob Hall. This bill is relating to the classification of a grievance filed with the State Bar of Texas. This bill would require a cognizable interest to file a grievance. This is something the board has looked over over the past couple of years. Most recently, the Grievance Oversight Committee of the board studied the standing issue and reported to the Supreme Court. The Grievance Oversight Committee, not of the board, the Independent Grievance Oversight Committee reports to the Supreme Court of Texas, studied the standing issue and reported to the Supreme Court in January of this year that, quote, it would be disruptive and inconsistent with the self-regulating bar's goal of protecting the public. The second bill is House Bill 5101, which was also filed by Representative Schofield, and as Senate Bill 2461 as a companion bill by Senator Bob Hall. This bill is relating to procedures for a complaint filed with the State Bar of Texas against an attorney. This bill would enable any respondent to appeal to the Supreme Court after an investigatory hearing, giving the Supreme Court original jurisdiction in grievance matters. This could potentially add more than 500 cases a year to the Supreme Court docket, creating an impediment to early resolutions of grievances and adding a delay to the timeliness that the legislature set in the 2017 Sunset Bill. Sure.
I just want to mention, if you want to see the exact text of either one of these bills, they're in your board effect in your meeting materials. If you go down to the legislative subcommittee tab, you'll see PDFs of both bills. So if you want to see what the exact language is, it's there.
Thank you. On Tuesday, April 4th, the ad hoc committee met and voted to take a position against both of these bills that I've just discussed. On Wednesday, April 5th, Mr. Apfel testified against the bills before the House Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee. Both bills have now passed out of the committee. So now I'd like to move to ratify the ad hoc committee's decision to oppose House Bill 5010/Senate Bill 2462 and House Bill 5101/Senate Bill 2461.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. Is there any discussion from directors? Director Fisher, floor is yours.
Thank you. I guess I'm back to my old self again and fully recovered from this morning. Deputy's still there. Now, look, I'm gonna try to put a big picture look on this, and I'm gonna try to address something Laura said yesterday about non-participation by the bar and why people don't vote in elections. The bill number 5011 seems to have problems right there. But on the 5010, which I think is a minute thing one way or another, one of the reasons that the bar alienates people is because, first of all, that committee is stacked with management and upper echelon attorneys. So no matter how bad it was, you're not going to get directors to vote against it. And I'm not even going to try. You know, it's a done deal, you know, coming from the executives. But what you ought to think about, you have an excellent opportunity to gain the hearts and minds of a lot of attorneys, and you're not going to get it. What you ought to think about is first inclusion. Inclusion also means people with different ideas than you. And so Larry McDougall, director, president, working on this, why wasn't he invited to speak to I know why, it's not a nice reason, but why wasn't he invited? Why wasn't he informed? I'm another one of the bigger names in bar reform. I was called after it was done and told that only clients of that attorney could file a grievance. I go, my God, that's not fair. And you know, I had a bad discussion with that member, and I looked at the bill and I'm thinking, Larry, how could, you know, grievance reform doesn't mean that we want bad attorneys to continue. I wish the bar was actually tougher on dishonest attorneys and those who embezzle money. So anyway, I look at that and it says any person with a cognizable interest. That doesn't mean just the client. That means the opposing party, the opposing counsel have exactly the same, not exactly the same interest, but as much interest as them. So it wasn't presented to me in a fair manner. And you have to realize that, you know, the majority of lawyers in the bar, they probably don't care anymore, but they're not for this. So you're taking a political position that is not backed by the rank and file. And there's very few rank and file on that commission. So the process is bad. Now look, you guys had a wonderful opportunity to back HB 290. And I see today or so that some of the wording's been changed, so I could be a week or two behind. That bill would allow, it's something that attorneys have wanted for ages. You know, we're a better well-to-do group than the average attorney, but that would allow us to have group insurance with the bar. I mean, there's things that need to be tweaked. And that could have, an announcement that we're for that. Very few lawyers would be against it. They either, I have insurance, that's sweet, I don't care, or my God, Steve, we've been working on this for 10 or 11 years. You had that opportunity, instead of play politics with, even with 2010, with 5010, I don't think it's that significant one way or another, really. But anybody with a cognizable interest, I hope nobody disagrees, is any party to the case. So, you know, we want more people to vote, and Laura's, when she says it takes 5 minutes to vote, really, it takes me about 45 seconds. So, you know, we're understating the issue, but something like that, the bar is getting me insurance, or the bar is fighting to get me insurance. That could have got a lot of people to say, hey, this is something that the bar really does. And bar elections don't have to be where 82% or whatever throw the ballots in the trash, but you don't allow candidates, or you make it really difficult for candidates who just have different views. I'm not talking about, you know, one of those guys who sued, who wants to kill the bar. I'm talking about people that really are independent minded. And an example of that election was when I last ran for director in El Paso. And we didn't have 82% throwing the ballots away. We actually had a majority voting. I think it was 51 or 54. Now, part of that goes because Sylvia was on the ballot. And, but, you know, and in all fairness, and nothing bad to Sylvia, you know, in those days, El Paso lawyers didn't know her. She wasn't a big firm lawyer. She wasn't a courthouse lawyer. No disparagement there. She worked with the city attorney, and attorneys would come up. Well, who's this Sylvia Firth running for president? I go, hey, she's a nice person. She's smart, and she's from El Paso and Hispanic. What else do you need? So I ran. I know the bar had something to do with this against the most popular lawyer in El Paso. And when I talked to Susan, said, there's one person that we can't, I've been gone 26 years and I'm back. There's one person we can't be.
Chair recognizes Director Tolshin for a point of order.
This is the subject. I'm showing that, I mean,
Excuse me. I'll handle that one. Thank you, Director Fisher. I'm going to ask, I'm simply not going to set aside the point of order for a moment and ask, I'm giving you a fair amount of leeway on germaneness, Director
Okay.
Fisher, but yes, I think you are straying from the motion at hand. I will also advise you that Robert's rules imposes a 10-minute limit on your remarks and you have about 90 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Does that address your point of order sufficiently, Director Tolshin? Thank you.
They just used a minute of my time. Okay. But anyway, on that thing where two good candidates ran and we had opposite opinions on the bar. I was for reform status. We got a big turnout. So there's a lot that you can do, and there's a lot of opportunities beyond this room. This isn't one of them. And so I'll be the only one that votes against it, and good luck.
Thank you for your remarks, Director Fisher. Are there other comments from directors on the motion pending? Okay, seeing none, I just want to clarify and make sure everyone understands the motion. This is a motion that would ratify the ad hoc group's recommendation on opposition of these two pieces of legislation. That is what we are voting on. Seeing no further remarks from directors, all who are in favor of the motion, please say aye. All opposed, say nay. The motion carries. We have a second action item on the agenda here, and I just want to explain how we're going to do this. Director Miller first will explain that action item. We will then entertain, she will then make a motion on behalf of the ad hoc committee, and then actually on behalf of the Legislative Policy Subcommittee, and then we will hear from the two representatives of the sections before we take director remarks. So just wanted to let everyone know sort of the sequence of events.
Thank you. On Thursday, April 6th, the ad hoc committee met regarding submissions by two state bar sections, the business law and litigation sections. The requests, which were formally received on April 5th, were to take opposing positions on House Bill 19, which was filed by Representative Andrew Murr. This is Senate Bill 27 as the companion bill by Senator Brian Hughes, relating to the creation of a specialty trial court to hear certain cases, essentially creating business courts. The business law section requested approval to support the proposal, while the litigation section asked for approval to oppose the proposal. The ad hoc committee voted to deny the approval for the two sections to take positions. The submitting sections were notified that day. The litigation section appealed and asked the ad hoc committee to reconsider our recommendation. That was followed by a similar request from the business law section, which had advised at the beginning of the process that it would only make a request, it would only request a position if the litigation section did, and wanted to continue to make similar requests to be treated equally. The ad hoc committee met again via Zoom on the evening of April 18th and heard from representatives of both sections. The ad hoc committee again voted to deny both requests. President Gibson notified the sections the next day, noting the divisiveness of the proposals among our profession. The State Bar of Texas Board Policy Manual, Section 8.01.03C, requires that for a section to be allowed to take positions regarding legislation, the proposed legislation or legislative action does not carry the potential of deep philosophical or emotional division among a substantial segment of the membership of the bar. It is the opinion of the ad hoc committee that this issue is divisive among our profession, and that two sections taking opposing positions would not be in the best interest of the State Bar. The two sections have asked to appear at the board meeting to appeal the decision of the ad hoc committee. Mr. Chair, would you like to call the? All right, so first I will make the motion to ratify the ad hoc committee's decision to deny the litigation section and business law section requests to take positions on House Bill 19/Senate Bill 27.
Coming from a committee, no second is required. At this time, we will hear from the section representatives. We will hear first from, we have J. Paul Manning, who I believe is the chair of the litigation section. You would step to the microphone, sir. You will have 3 minutes and I will be your timekeeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director, distinguished directors of the board. My name is J. Paul Manning, and I am the current chair of the litigation section. Thank you for letting us come and speak to you today. For the last 4 legislative sessions, there has been a business court bill or a chancery bill that has been proposed. Every session, the litigation section has requested permission to oppose that particular bill. And over objection, even sometimes, we were granted permission to oppose. This year, we sought that same permission to oppose what I would call the business courts bill. We received no opposition, not from one member of one section head or any committee member. So we were presumably thinking we were going to be able to oppose. The business law section also sought to be a proponent of the bill. Our council specifically did not object to theirs because we thought it was a good idea for our legislatures to have opposing viewpoints on something that affects every member of the state bar and their clients. And so when we received the ad hoc committee's decision to deny our request, we appealed. The appeal went straight back to the same ad hoc committee. In my profession, in jury trials, that's called a rehearing. And so we then sought to have your permission pursuant to the bylaws to appeal that decision to you folks. And so the reason it's important to the litigation section is our mission statement is empowering advocates, promoting justice, and preserving the rule of law. And if you will look at our memorandum that I think is in your documents, we painstakingly went through that memorandum to make sure it complied with the current case law that affects the rights we have, the rights we don't have as a bar. And so we think we've complied with that. We think we have followed the legislative policy that is in the bylaws. And quite frankly, if we are not allowed to do that, then we are just a CLE and accolade section. That doesn't comply with what our mission statement is. Preserving the rule of law is very important to us. We think we ought to give our legislatures all the information that they want. And so we kindly ask that you reconsider the decision of the ad hoc committee and allow us to oppose as requested. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. We also have with us today Brent Benoit. I hope that I pronounced that correctly. Brent Benoit, who I believe is the chair of the business law section. The microphone is yours for 3 minutes, sir.
Want to start by thanking the chair and all the members of the board for allowing us the opportunity to come and to address you this morning on this topic. The business law section's view on this has been consistent, I think, all the way through. We just want to be treated equally. If the decision is to deny the appeals and to deny our right to establish, to take a position, we're okay with that. If one section is going to be allowed to take a position, we just ask that we be allowed to take a position too. We get the point that this can be divisive. We've got 2 major large sections of the bar that are opposing it. I'm a member of both sections and I'm for the bill, but that, probably goes to show some of the divisiveness here. So we certainly respect the ad hoc committee's decision and understand why they came to that decision. But if the decision is going to be made to overturn that or to withdraw it, the business law section would just like the opportunity to also state its position in support of the bill. Other than that, that's really what I have. The one thing I would mention is that when we were talking to legislators about this bill, the prior letters that were drafted, J. Paul Manning talked about the fact that the litigation section had previously opposed the bill. The legislators did misinterpret that at that time as being the position of the state bar. So one thing we'd want to make very clear is if we're going to be allowed to take a position in both sections very clearly, and it's in the policy manual that this happens, very clearly state that it's not the position of the bar as a whole, but the position of the individual sections. I think that is something that would need to happen if we were going to do that. Other than that, that's really all the comments that I have. I'll thank you for the time.
Thank you. And before we hear from directors, I just want to thank both of you for taking the time to come to Waco to speak with us and for all of the work you do on behalf of our membership. Director Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Directors, I would like to ask you to vote no on the motion that's before you and reverse the decision of the ad hoc committee and allow these two sections to take the position. And let me tell you why. The reason that was given in the report was Board Policy Manual 880103, the potential for deep philosophical and emotional division. One or both of these sections has taken a position for, always against, and sometimes for this legislation for the last 4 sessions. We know whether it causes division, and it hasn't. When the two sections asked to take positions this year, as Mr. Manning said, he didn't object to what the business section did. The business section didn't object to what the litigation section did. They've done this before repeatedly, and the bar has allowed it. I don't think that the reason that's given, the possibility of deep philosophical or emotional division, is a valid reason in this case because the bar hasn't determined it to be in the past. It's going to be very clear to the legislators that these are the positions of sections, not the bar. If it were the bar, it would be a different discussion, but it's sections providing legislators with expertise based on their perspective of what the bill is about. And for that reason, I would ask you to vote against the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Smith. Director Courageous, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Promise I won't get emotional this time. Maybe. I'm coming at this at a different perspective. Some of you know I've been involved in the legislature for over 25 years. I started as an intern in 1997, as chief of staff for a member of the House, and I was a registered lobbyist for almost 15 years. I was also an adjunct professor in political science directly regarding the legislature. So I would call myself knowledgeable. Some would call me an expert. The time for this is not now. The time for this was 2 months ago. The bill was filed and referred by March 1st. It was heard in committee March 22nd. The committee itself is knowledgeable of what the state bar is and what a section is. There are 181 members of the Texas legislature. The number one argument I heard as a lobbyist was, I'm not a lawyer, but, and you guys. To the average member of the Texas legislature, it begins and ends with the state bar, not the section of the state bar. What they are going to hear on the floor when it comes up on the 1st is that the state bar is both for it and against it. What good does that do anybody? This is a divisive bill. I have a strong opinion on this bill. But I know as my duty as a director of the state bar, my duty is to every member of the state bar, not just the section. You have basically a few tokens or chits or whatever you want to call it. Do you really want to use it when your voice is not going to really be heard? All this is going to be seen as infighting by the people that know about it, and it's going to be very confusing to the members. Do you really want to do that? And that's what you need to be asking yourselves. And that's really all I have to say. It's very clear to me.
Thank you, Director Courageous. Director Hill, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot of respect for Director Courageous, but I just disagree on this issue. It's not from a confusion standpoint, but it is from a right to share opinion standpoint. Sections to the State Bar of Texas are optional. If there's division within a specific section as to whether the section should oppose or support a bill, people can vote with their section dues. So that should resolve to a certain extent any sort of issues within a section. I also believe that everyone should have a right to have their voice heard. So to the extent that it may cause confusion, lots of things confuse legislators. This won't be something new. The last thing I want to say is the ability of individuals or sections or groups to state their voice before the legislature shouldn't be infringed. And I do not believe it would be appropriate for the bar to limit sections' ability to express the desires of their members. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hill. Director Fisher. You have the
Very
floor.
briefly, we're not fooling anybody. The bar is not a monolithic organization with just one voice. And let the experts on each committee, on each section, do their thing. What Brent Benoit didn't mention is he was a state bar director. And even though we were on other sides, he demonstrated such integrity on a very difficult issue that I often talk about. And I trust him. You know, they should be able to do that. We got two intelligent people, two articulate people. So what? Let them go. Let people have their voices. So I support what they're doing.
Thank you, Director Fisher. Director Cardenas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak today as the large section representative to this body and also as a former chair of the litigation section. And I come more in a philosophical, broader point of view when I speak on this subject. If the determination is that the piece of legislation is divisive, I can't think of any piece of legislation at the legislature that is not divisive. And unfortunately, our country is at a point where there's political extremes on both sides, and there's extreme ideas and thoughts that we have to get through. But I don't think that we should shy away from the arena, as Teddy Roosevelt said, and get in there, get dirty, and mix it up a little bit, because we're not homogenous. One of the most divisive issues that this country faced was slavery. And it was President Lincoln, as described by Doris Kearns Goodwin in her book, The Team of Rivals, that brilliantly assembled a cabinet of those that opposed him politically, because he wanted to hear both sides. He wanted to not just be told yes, because if you surround yourself by just the yes person, then you're going to have this group think, and you're never going to come to some greater resolution than if you just keep both sides apart. And then I would look at the preamble that is stated at the State Bar Board Policy Manual. The State Bar of Texas was created not to participate in the general government of the state, but to provide specialized professional advice to those with the ultimate responsibility of governing the legal profession and to advance the role of the legal profession in serving the public. I submit to you that the great state of Texas and our beloved country cannot survive without the preservation of the rule of law. And it is we who are members of this profession who are ultimately the most capable and qualified to do so. And I think the legislature does listen, but I think they have the right also to hear both sides and make their own determination of what should happen. And in our mission statement, we promote diversity in the administration of justice and practice of law. If we expand our tent, we're going to get more diverse ideas, more diverse backgrounds, more diverse philosophies. And we're going to have to deal with that because that's what we want. And in the bottom line, in the end, what I'm going to say is I think this is a greater issue based on the First Amendment, the right of free speech. Let these sections have their say. The right to assemble. They have assembled. They've met with their councils and they voted on these positions. And finally, the right to petition their government for the redress of grievances or for assistance from their government. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cardenas. Chair recognizes Director Todd Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak briefly in support of Director Courageous's comments. We've heard discussion here at our meeting today and throughout the last couple of days about the importance of our self-governance. And I've heard the very logical arguments brought by Director Cardenas and others, and Director Smith, my cohort. And those are good arguments. However, in light of the overall desire for our bar to remain self-governing, a vote to Director Courageous's point, a vote that is very likely to be perceived as presenting two opposite positions from the State Bar of Texas is, in my view, an arrow in the quiver of those who will seek to destroy our self-governance. And so I would support Director Courageous's position in general and would suggest we uphold the recommendation of the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, Director Smith. The chair recognizes Director Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to also parrot what Director Courageous and what Director Smith, Todd Smith just said. And I do understand and respect the opposing voice here, but we're in a post-McDonald world now. What prior boards may have done in approving sections rights to go and lobby on divisive issues is changed now. We're in a different landscape, and we have to respect the fact that we're in a different landscape. And the State Bar, as the State Bar of Texas, needs to speak with one voice. And we can't have two voices, or what may be perceived as two voices down there right now. Individual members of the State Bar of Texas are obviously free to go and express their opinions to anyone and everyone in the legislature. And we know we have lawyers who do that. They go down and testify all day long, every day on various issues. So this is an issue where I think it's important that we show a united front, that we don't have two strong positions coming out that are diametrically opposed to each other. And the State Bar needs to speak with one voice.
Thank you, Director Toby. Chair recognizes Director Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I also echo the sentiments of Directors Toby, Todd Smith, and Director Courageous. I don't know about the rest of the directors, but I've already heard from a fair number of members of the bar, very passionate about their positions. And like Director Toby, I feel like we've been through 3 or 4 years of great division in our bar, and I just don't think we need more division on a matter that we already know is exceptionally controversial. I think it's time for us to come together as a bar and not get involved in differing opinions on very passionate issues for the members of our bars. So I too ask that the board affirm the decision from the ad hoc committee.
Thank you, Director Scott. The chair recognizes Director Wooten.
Thank you very much. For me, this is a question that comes down to the policy manual. And the policy manual states that if you've got the proposed legislation carrying potential deep philosophical or emotional division among a substantial segment of the membership of the bar, that there ought not be a position taken. So I certainly have strong views about this legislation, and I bet almost every single one of us in this room does. And I wonder how we could go forward and say that they can take opposing positions in light of the existing policy manual language. And I can't speak to what was done before, if this policy manual language was in place then, but I struggle to see how you can comply with this policy language in saying that they should go forward with opposing views. I will say, however, that if people don't like this policy language, that's something that should be considered further in the future, and it should be analyzed closely if people feel confined by it, and unnecessarily so. But right now, the existing language governs what we do.
Thank you, Director Wooten. Chair recognizes Director David Smith.
I'm really concerned about the overriding significance of optics to some of the people that have spoken about this. I have the utmost respect and tip my hat to Director Courageous for what his experience is and what he's shared with us. It's been a fascinating learning experience for me. But I have to come back to, are we going to be more concerned with optics, or are we going to be more concerned with educating the legislature about what they're about to do? And I have to say, we have to step aside and realize this is a bar of diverse opinions. The diversity is what makes the bar great. And the fact that we're concerned that our legislature is not smart enough to understand who is speaking to them speaks to the legislature. Yeah. But I look at these guys that are coming up here, taking their time representing these sections. They're not pounding the table and shouting epithets at each other. They're presenting position, both in favor of and against this legislation. And that's what the whole process is about. That's what we're about as lawyers, is taking diverse opinions, presenting them to a body, whether it's a jury or whether it's a legislature or whether it's a group of board of directors, and letting the decision be made with full opportunity for education about both sides. And so I say we have to put aside our concern about the optics. I say we have to put aside our concern about what might be perceived as being the position of the state bar, and let the sections go and do what they're supposed to do: educate, advocate, and let the legislature then make its decision.
Thank you, Director Smith. The chair recognizes Director Cavillo.
I strive mightily sometimes, day in and day out, to agree, to disagree by being agreeable. And sometimes I have to do it through gritted teeth, but I do it every day with opposing counsel. And I don't understand why we can't have disagreement within the bar and still not be afraid of presenting a divisive voice. And so I would ask that those that are on the ad hoc committee maybe explain to us a little bit more why we can't do that. I don't understand. My knee jerk is to say these are good people that are on this ad hoc committee, and I want to support them. But like I said, I always, day in and day out, we disagree, still being agreeable. And so if you could shed some light, that would be useful. I came to the back and to ask Kaylin, because she is our resident expertise, to see if maybe she might have some expertise to share with us, but she said she may not. So on this particular topic. So anyway, it's more in the nature of an inquiry.
Thank you, Director Cavillo. Obviously, in my role as chair, I'm a member of that group, but I feel constrained to put my thumb on the scale either way. So we'll hear from probably one of the other members momentarily. Before we do that, the chair recognizes Director Tolshin, and then we'll hear from Executive Director App.
I would liken this to the way the Supreme Court has handled religion in our courthouses or in public places, that if you have a medley, you have the Hanukkah menorah that's next to the Christmas tree, as opposed to just a Christmas tree or just a menorah, that it's a medley, that it's an acceptable presence that's not taking a particular position. Here we have the highest echelon of what amounts to people who will present all of the arguments that might be presented. And who's to say that we as a state bar can't present a white paper, hypothetically, just for the sake of discussion, that they represent and effectively are all the points for and all the points against. Here you are. They just happen to come from one section and from another section, and collectively, this is the medley that you can consider. It seems like that would be appropriate. And so I would cite in favor of allowing them to speak. Also, I'd point out that I didn't see anything in the Fifth Circuit opinion that spoke specifically to this, even though it had happened before that committee was, before that opinion was issued. They could have, they didn't. Apparently, it wasn't a big enough deal. Thank you.
Okay, but before, Director Hills, as you've spoken once, I'm going to let some other, we have a general rule here that we don't hear from someone a second time until we hear from everyone a first time.
Yes, sir.
And I'm also, just for other directors who may want to speak, we're going to hear from Executive Director Apfel and President Gibson, and then I'll circle back to all the other directors who want to speak again. So just to avoid people having to stand at the microphone for an extended period of time. Executive Director Apfel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both of these sections have thousands of members. And they're great lawyers, great contributors to our bar. But with that, doesn't matter how many, but with thousands of members, this is divisive by its very nature. The policy, as Director Wooten mentioned, says no one should take a position when it is a divisive issue. It has been allowed in the past, but in the past, this bill or any similar bill was not a political priority of our legislative leadership, i.e. the governor and the lieutenant governor. It is now a legislative priority. It is a two-digit numbered bill, I believe, rather than a four-digit numbered bill. And that means it's up at the top of the list. Confusion. It will create confusion among legislators. It has created confusion among our own court. And speaking of our own court, Chief Justice Hecht, in his State of the Judiciary a couple of weeks ago, stated that he was a proponent and in favor of the bill and the business court. He was, not the entire court, but that he was. The bill, the timing is important, as was mentioned by Director Courageous. The time to consider this was back in March, and it was brought to us at a very late time. And I'm not being critical of the litigation section or anybody else, but it was brought to us late in the process. And don't think that that doesn't have an impact, because when it's brought to us early in the process, we can do our due diligence and we can evaluate the playing field, so to speak, on the legislative front to make sure that whoever it is that's considering this bill knows where we are coming from. We haven't had that opportunity because the bill was brought to us at such a late time. So the timing is critical. It has been critical, and it is a factor. And to Director Tobey's comments, we are in a post-McDonald era. The reason that our experts in all of these legal fields, such as REPTL, real estate probate and trust, family law, that they can't go and take positions and testify on these bills as sections anymore, is because McDonald said we can't do that unless it relates to administration of the courts. Now, you would think that a business courts bill would relate to administration of the courts, but then you bring in the divisiveness nature of it, and it's just not a good idea in this climate. It is political. It will be viewed as being political. It will be viewed as the bar being political, and we did not think that was the prudent decision.
Thank you, Executive Director Apple. Chair recognizes President Gibson.
I chaired the ad hoc committee that decided this issue twice. In terms of timeliness, if it had been presented to us earlier, it could have been presented to the executive committee, but it wasn't presented to us in time to have it heard by the executive committee. We as lawyers have a society where people are bound by the rule of law. This board is bound by the policy manual. As Director Wooten said, the policy manual mandates that it's a divisive issue, then the sections should not be allowed, may not be allowed to take a position on behalf of their sections. There is nothing preventing any member of the litigation section, the business law section, or any other member of our bar from taking an individual position. As we've said several times, we are post-McDonald. If you think that our right to continue to be self-regulated is not under attack and continued to be under attack, you are sadly mistaken, because we know it's under attack. If we violate our own policy manual and allow sections to take positions that are divisive to our profession, we have just opened ourselves up to another challenge to our ability to regulate ourselves. This is not the time for us to put ourselves in danger in that regard, because we're required to follow the policy manual. And it's clear under the policy manual, we may not allow the sections in their capacity as sections of the State Bar of Texas to take a position on this legislation. I strongly support a vote in favor of this motion.
Thank you, President Gibson. Other remarks from directors? Director Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Trey's point, my personal opinion is that the legislative priority of these matters before the governor shouldn't guide policy of this board. We should be consistent with what we've always done. If we've always done something and it was incorrect in the past, then the policy manual should be amended so that actions are appropriate. The reason I stand up again is because in light of the comments from other directors regarding the policy manual and McDonald, I am curious as to whether the chief legal counsel has any guidance for us as directors as to the ramifications of a vote for or against this measure.
I'd be happy to share. I think the legal issues are pretty simple. I think the McDonald decision discusses that legislation has to be germane. This situation, in my view, relates to germane issues, relates to the practice of law. But
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt. We need to just confer for a moment. We may have to move into a closed session. So we're just going to stand at ease for a couple of minutes to have a little discussion at the front as to whether we need to do that, okay? Jump. Folks, we're gonna come back into session. We're not gonna get any legal opinion here. So I think we're fine to stay in open session. I just wanted to confer with our counsel to make sure we were good on that. So we're good.
I'm not intending to offer any legal opinions, but I just wanted to move past the questions about McDonald because it does mention that things everyone here has read the opinion. It mentions that any position that's taken by the bar has to be germane to the improvement of the quality of legal services. This issue, in the view of this committee that voted, relates to what I think has already been brought up is our policy manual, and it's been read. And so I think if this policy manual issue is something that wants to be taken up in the future, it could be done. It could be done. A lot of the arguments given relate to whether that's a policy manual change that is needed, but I don't think that I don't think there's any real questions about whether this is a legal matter or a policy manual matter.
I think to clarify, if I understand you correctly, it's an internal policy manual issue rather than a legal issue. Thank you for that clarification. Director Fisher.
Yeah, I think people are using McDonald's as a scare tactic. However, if you listen to the oral argument right at about 40 minutes, where the bar's lawyer, really great guy, was saying, hey, and the bar promotes freedom of speech. The Chief Justice interrupted, told him that the bar does not, represent free speech, protect free speech, and mentioned specifically only one director, really stood out, and otherwise they would have been in more trouble. We know who that is. But so the bar doesn't have a good reputation for free speech, not in the least. And so, as one director said, yeah, let's have that free speech. Let's have that free debate. The other thing is the point that Brett made. If they go, they are required, and he can tell you what part of the rules it is, when they go before the commission to say, I represent just this section. This is not representing the state bar. And if they each do that, which they agreed they would do, that should solve it. Nobody's going to say that the state bar, is taking one policy. They can really easily explain that, and even the not so smart legislators will get that. So I'm with free speech. And are they allowed to speak again? The
public members are not, Mr. Director Fisher. Chair recognizes Director Todd Smith.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I've listened to all the comments and the discussion, and it appears to me now that what this really comes down to is, are we going to follow our policy manual? Or are we going to change the policy without going through the procedure and the process for doing that? Supreme Court, in many, many opinions, has said that it does not revise its rules by opinion. And this board should not either. The board should adhere to the policy manual the ad hoc committee has determined, as is evidenced by the length of the discussion today, that this is a divisive issue. And that is, I think, the correct conclusion. So I would suggest that if there are members who don't like the policy and want to invite this kind of discussion to take place in the future, then the time and place to do that is in revising the policy manual. So if we're going to adhere to what we're supposed to do and follow our own policies, the vote today is to affirm what the ad hoc committee has recommended.
Thank you, Director Smith. Chair recognizes Director Stafford.
First time for everything. I think I'm witnessing a conflict in 801.03C between germaneness and deep philosophical or emotional divisions. That's kind of what we do here. That's what we do, but we do manage ourselves. And so I think it's important to adhere to the bylaws as written. I think if we're talking about issues of emotional or philosophical division, there are many. I am steps away from a river where in May of 2016, Jesse Washington was lynched. I'm witnessing things that have to do with other issues, not dealing with chancery courts or business courts, a multitude of issues on which we could weigh in, which we don't, because we have a policy and procedure manual in part. I also agree with the timeliness issue, because I think it's a different world under McDonald. And so even though I am adamantly opposed to this bill, personally, I think we have to exercise a certain degree of caution on this and other things. I've recently had my email blown up about a decision made regarding one of the speakers chosen for the annual meeting. And if we are going to allow certain things to occur in our bar, we have to exercise restraint on other issues in our bar. So inclusion and diversity doesn't always include weighing in on every issue. It includes restraint. And so although I personally disagree with the bill, I think I support the ad hoc committee's decision not to weigh in on it. Thanks.
Further comments from directors? And I will mention, go ahead. We're coming close to the chair having to make a difficult decision on whether we break for lunch, but Director Huddleston, Director Huddleston, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I speak as a member of the public. We are fully aware that it's likely that there's disagreement among members internally. My question would be, should one use the platform that they have in these, and forgive me, this is kind of still new territory for me, but the group that they're a part of, should they use that to be able to speak their opinion, or should that be done as an individual? I think if they used their platform as is. It is speaking on behalf of the state bar from my perspective as a member of the public. And so to me, it does encourage divisiveness. The facts are that the policy says what it says. And so from an outsider's perspective and the question of self-regulation, it seems like a problem not to abide by the policy. Just wanted to make mention of that as a member of the public.
Thank you, Director Huddleston. Director McDonald, you have the floor.
I'd just like to call a question.
Thank you, Director McDonald. To call the question requires a 2/3 majority of the body. All those in favor of closing debate and moving to a vote, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The motion to close debate carries by the required 2/3 majority. At this point, then we will put this to a vote. The motion before the body is to ratify the ad hoc committee's decision to deny the section requests to take positions on HB 19, SB 27. I'm going to start with a voice vote, although I suspect we may move to a standing vote, but I'm going to start with a voice vote. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Would those opposed say nay? I think it carries, but in the interest of absolute fairness, we have two sections that have devoted a lot of time to this. I think it would be responsible and prudent for us to take a standing vote. Would those voting members in favor please stand? And you'll have to remain standing for a moment. That sound right? Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
Would those opposed please stand? The motion carries by a vote of 35-6, and I salute the nays for being awfully loud. All right, thank you all, and thank you for that very spirited discussion. I think that was worthwhile, and I appreciate again the sections being. All right, if there is no objection from any member of the body, we are going to break for about 10 or 15 minutes and get our lunch and then come right back in and get back to work. We'll stand in recess for 15 minutes. Oh, yeah, and don't forget checkout time, folks, is 6 minutes away. So if you need to check out, go do that. 5 minutes, folks. We're going to start in about 5 minutes, just FYI. If I could get everybody to take a seat, we're going to start here in about 1 minute. I was short of David and a Michael. Okay, it is now 12:15 and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. A couple of general notes. First of all, my compliments to the group for getting that lunch like a Marine group there. That was well done. And secondly, I have to share something that the Director Vasquez said to me a moment ago. He walked over and said, as a public member, I just can't tell you how proud I am to be part of this group after hearing that discussion. The civility and so again, my gratitude and compliments to the group for a really vigorous debate conducted very, very well and civilly. At this time, we're going to take a couple of agenda items out of order to accommodate some travel plans. Agenda item 22C, we're going to hear from our judicial section liaison, who it's a rough day for her. She's got to go to Cancun. So we're going to take Judge Melody Wilkinson out of order.
Thank you very much for letting me go out of order so I can hopefully catch that 5 o'clock flight before the storms come in. So we will see. But the judicial section is alive and well, and we have been very busy since I last reported to you at the last board meeting. In late February, February 27th and 28th, we held our annual board retreat. We did it in Austin. We did it in Austin because it's a legislative session. And as you all know, any section of the bar has to very carefully navigate the legislative issues because we want to make sure that we are compliant with the McDonald opinion and of course the policy of the board. But we had our meeting there. We also want to thank our board advisors, Kim Naylor and Bill Kroger, who always do a wonderful job and help us at our meetings and navigate us through any issues with the bar and certainly always have helpful suggestions. But the beauty of having the meeting in Austin, again, it's to deal with some of these legislative issues. We try to act as a resource, but we have our whole board that can then go out and really personally meet with a number of the legislators on so many items of interest to the judiciary. And as you can see, some of those items of interest bring invigorating debate from time to time. But the use of the bar facilities was wonderful. We were very fortunate that as judges, we were all able to qualify for the government rate at the Hilton Garden Inn, which is just walking distance from the Texas Law Center. And we really saved quite a bit of money by having our meeting at the Law Center directly in your beautiful boardroom on the first floor. So thank you for that. And of course, it's very exciting to hear the reports of past President Firth, who can tell us about the new facility that will hopefully be awaiting in the future. But the board has, or the section has a very active legislative committee. They meet weekly by Zoom, just following the legislation. Of course, again, the judges have particular legislation that we are following that relates to our pocketbooks that is of particular interest to every judge. So know that that legislation is being very closely monitored. And also, we just appreciate the fact that we could save those costs by having it at the Law Center. The Zoom meetings continue to go well. Active sections or active committees also include our ethics committee. Our ethics committee has been active and we really appreciate Justice Gabriel, who leads our ethics committee. Judges can call in if they've got an ethics question and get a fairly quick response. There's also an ethics library for judges to search opinions and other helpful information if you are a member of the section. And also a judge can ask for an opinion. And that has been done not too long ago. Last year, there was actually an opinion that was drafted and prepared. So we really thank Justice Gabriel. And I did already talk about the legislation, but I would be remiss if I did not thank Judge Charles, who has been our legislative chair for all of his efforts in leading the legislative committee for a number of years for the bar. Members of the judicial section and section leadership were invited by Chief Justice Hecht to attend the State of the Judiciary address. I know that was talked about earlier. That was held on April 5th. Interesting enough, that's the first time that I can think of that it was actually held in the Texas Supreme Court building, as opposed to on the floor of either the House or the Senate. So we thank Chief Justice Hecht for that opportunity. There were other events that we've attended, section leadership has attended. Earlier this week on Monday, the women judges were all invited by the National Association of Women Judges to participate in Texas Women's Day at the Capitol. And once again, the Law Center provided a wonderful meeting place for those female judges who wanted to attend the reception afterwards. So again, we're very grateful for the use of the bar's facilities. And even though it's Texas Women Judges Day earlier this week, all members of the judiciary were invited to attend and participate, but we appreciate the special shout outs that we got by a number of the senators, and in particular, Senator Royce West, who sponsored that event for the judiciary. Other events that the judiciary has participated in, earlier this week, we also attended, 5 of us attended the Access to Justice Gala. You've already heard about that. But the judicial section supports that, and we were glad to be able to send a number of judges. Although our pocketbooks didn't allow us to participate with a full table, we were able to buy a half table with those funds, and it's just great to participate in that. Again, the judicial section appreciates the opportunity to be here. I know that Trey Apfel and Kaylin Laney, they came to our board retreat on the second day and participated in that, and they've always been just like all of you, so welcoming to the judicial section. If I'm available for any questions, does anybody have any questions for me? If not, thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Wilkinson, and enjoy your trip. At this time, we're going to take another item out of order. We are going to move to agenda item 19. We will receive a report from Director Cardenas on behalf of the Texas Bar Foundation. Is he here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak before you today as the immediate past chair of the Fellows of the Texas Bar Foundation, and thank you for the time to allow me to report to you on the foundation. The foundation was started back in 1965 when 255 attorneys decided to get together and raise money to fund and enhance the rule of law and the justice system in Texas. Today, projects are funded through the foundation that support legal assistance to the underserved, education of the third branch of government, and promotion of professionalism and ethics. Our membership is based on an invitation basis. We are now over 10,000 fellows throughout the great state of Texas, which are judges and attorneys. And it is one of the highest honors that could be bestowed upon a member of the state bar. Only 1/3 of 1% of Texas attorneys practicing for 5 years or more are eligible to be a Texas Bar Fellow. And that's based on the fact that they have a strong reputation in the legal profession. They have a commitment to their local legal community and to the legal community at large. Our membership is diverse, both as to gender, ethnicity, backgrounds, and everyone from a solo practitioner in a rural county or rural area to a manager in a large international firm. All our fellows are able to join a network of varied ages, varied backgrounds and practices. But the one thing that all fellows have in common is an agreement on the importance of professional integrity and promoting the cause of justice in Texas. The Texas Bar Foundation is unique in the fact that we use our own membership to recruit new members. And our members are referred to as fellows. Our fellows are divided up, our committees are divided up between the 17 bar districts where we have a nominating chair or co-chairs and nominating committees. And they help to identify and recruit new fellows that are eligible to become a fellow. And with the great staff that we have at the foundation, there's only 4, actually 3 and a part-time staffer. They do incredible work and they help us to get the function of the foundation to reality. And because of that, the foundation is the largest charitably funded bar foundation in the country. So we should be proud of that. After a person is nominated and to be a fellow, then they have to be approved by a vote of the Board of Trustees of the foundation. And then once approved, they have to sign a pledge card that says that they will make their contribution of $2,500, which can be paid over 10 years at the rate of obviously $250 a year. And after they make that initial payment, then they become a fellow. And then once they finish their pledge of the $2,500, that makes them a life fellow. And for those who continue paying that $250 a year, even after the initial pledge, then they become sustaining life fellows. And that pledge can be paid at any time, either 10 years or sooner. And after they make that, regarding that sustaining life fellowship, that is important for us because the monies that come in from the fellows, they go to our corpus. but we are limited to less than 5% usually of the corpus to distribute every year to grantees. But the monies that come in from sustaining life fellows, that goes directly to grants. So that helps us to give out more money every year. So we encourage all of you that may be here that are already life fellows to consider being a sustaining life fellow. And just as Santa Claus, I have a list that was given to me by the state, by the Texas Foundation staff. And it's got all of you here listed. And I'm happy to say that most of you are either a fellow or life fellow or sustaining life fellow. And so for that, we appreciate you. We are grateful for you. But for the few that are not, I would ask respectfully that you consider being a fellow. It's a great opportunity to give back to your local communities. And the fact that you're here, the fact that you're a member of this board, you're automatically in. You're eligible because you've shown a sense of professionalism and integrity and a commitment to give back generally. So what happens to these pledged dollars? They go to fund organizations that meet our mission statement. Another task that we have other than gaining more fellows is to give out the money to as many new organizations, nonprofits as possible. Every year sometimes we get the same people with the same names with the same projects. We try to diversify. We need to. We want to spread the wealth, so to speak. So if nothing else, when you go back to your communities and you see that there's an organization that meets the mission statement, and those are the criteria, and there's a legal component for what they do, then we ask them to make that application to the Texas Bar Foundation and to help the constituents in your districts to get some of these funds. Last week, we met as the Board of Trustees, and we funded 43 grants totaling $659,615. Thanks to you. And over the fiscal year, which started back last June, we will have given this year $1.5 million total. And since the inception of the Texas Bar Foundation, the foundation has awarded more than $25 million to grantees across the state of Texas. And on the screen now are a few examples of some of the grantees that were awarded just last week. The Harris County Domestic Relations Office, $25,000. That is a grant application that I personally reviewed. We each have to review 4 or 5 applications. Then we have to have a phone interview with the grantee, ask them more detailed questions, and then present that to the entire board when we meet, either in the fall or the spring. Another one was a TYLA for their project, adulting project. My good friend Michael Ritter might give you more detail on that, so I'm not going to steal his thunder. But the TYLA is great. They're one of our favorite grantees. They do wonderful work, very impactful, and so we're always happy to fund their projects. There was also funding for St. Mary's University School of Law, $15,000 for 6 law students to serve low-income clients. The Texas Legal Services Center, $12,500 they've already developed the kiosks to allow unrepresented litigants to attend a hearing remotely, upload documents, and generally interact with the court. And now with this funding, they're going to produce a video that's going to be how to access those kiosks and to be better versed in that area. Other funding projects, Veterans Legal Assistance Program to the Austin Bar Foundation, the Don't Bully Me Project, San Antonio Legal Services Association, and a pro se asylum clinic. And we always love our judiciary, and every year we are glad to contribute to the Texas Center for the Judiciary for their judicial conference. This year they asked for 30,000 and we gave them 30,000. This is how the money's kind of distributed throughout the state. This was actually the last fiscal year, 2021-22. We gave out 83 grants totaling $1.2 million. That the little map on the left statewide, those are projects that impact the entire state and not just the local communities. Deadlines is very important. For those of your local nonprofits that you're thinking of asking or telling them to please apply, there are 2 grant cycles, fall and the spring. The deadline to file the application for the fall cycle is July 15th. And for those who want to get considered in April of next year, that deadline is January 15th of 2024. Please save the date. The annual dinner is on June 23rd. That coincides with the meeting. That is Friday night at the Marriott in Austin. And we hope to see you all there because that's where we also honor our Bar Foundation Award winners. You see many of those listed there that have already been nominated or given the honors. They'll be presented with their plaques at the annual dinner. Many of those folks that are on there. And finally, we have new Board of Bar Foundation trustees, and we are pleased to announce the new members for the upcoming year. The board has appointed Deborah Cordova of Edinburgh, Corey Harbor Valdez of El Paso, and Andy Tyndall of Tyler. And our fantastic president-elect, Cindy Tisdale, has appointed the honorable gentleman from Houston, I don't know if he's still here, David Calvillo, as a trustee, Judge Elizabeth Earl of Austin, Crystal Cordova Thompson of San Antonio, and Judy Barton, a public member from Dallas. I appreciate your all's time. And if anyone wants to see me about becoming a fellow or becoming a Sustaining Life Fellow, I'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Are there any comments from directors? Seeing none, we now will go back to the future and move backwards to agenda item number 11. That is going to be the report from the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee, past Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking me out of order. We do have a report. It's going to be a little bit brief. As you all know, the state bar elections for both president-elect and the district director positions kicked off on April 3rd. I will tell you that both Steve Benish of Austin and Jerry Alexander have been working their tails off, campaigning throughout the entire state. And so they've done their job. They are out there working really hard to get out the vote, to get the word out about the vote. And so now it's up to everybody in this room to go out and also get the word out. We've got a couple of days left in this election. And so I'd ask every single one of you to please encourage people to vote. It's important. President Gibson spoke on this kind of important issue yesterday. And let me tell you, for the issue of self-governance, we really need to make sure that we get out the vote. So please get out, tell your friends, tell your colleagues to get out and vote in both the district director and the president-elect races. In order to help the president-elect candidates get their messages out to state bar members, the candidates created 2 videos and 2 written messages. The first video was distributed by email and on YouTube on March 30th, and the second was sent on April 20th. The written messages were sent by email on April 13th and on April 26th. These materials were also shared via social media. They were also shared on the State Bar website. We also conducted 2 candidate forums with the president-elect candidates on Zoom. The first one was held on March 10th, and that was hosted by Rocky Deer. The second one was held on April 4th, and both past President Sylvia Brun de Firth and I hosted that at the Texas Law Center. We asked the candidates questions throughout the hour-long presentations and also had opportunities to take questions from the audience. Both of these presentations are still available. If you want to go back and watch them, if you haven't made up your mind yet, go onto YouTube or on the State Bar Elections page, and you can find both of those interviews, both of those forums. We also featured information on the candidates in the April issue of the Texas Bar Journal, as well as the April episode of the State Bar of Texas podcast. And we've also been sending communications, including emails to the membership, as you all know, as well as social media posts. The State Bar is doing a great job getting the word out on social media and to help educate lawyers about the president-elect candidates. In addition to the president-elect race, there are also 10 district director positions that are up for election. The chart of those positions is included in your meeting materials. And on those positions, I believe that there are 3 contested races, and those are also noted in your materials. We are monitoring the daily returns as they come in. As I understand from Raycon 2, as of yesterday, approximately 21,000 attorneys had voted, which is about, give or take, a couple of points, 19% of the approximately 111,000 attorneys that received the ballot. We can do better, and we should do better than 19%. Please get out the message for your colleagues to vote. There are still a few days left. I believe that the election ends on May 2nd, and the results will be released that night. Attorneys can still vote by e-ballot or by going through the State Bar homepage. So we hope that everyone participates. It's important for self-governance. And the terms for the new president-elect and the district directors will begin at the annual meeting in June. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Any comments from directors? Seeing none, we'll move to agenda item 15A, the report from the DCAP subcommittee from Director Toby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a brief report today, and it basically deals with the likelihood in the next bar year, starting at the annual meeting, that we will have a referendum on some proposed disciplinary rules. As all of you probably remember from January, we approved 3 rules that had been recommended by the Committee for Disciplinary Rules and Referenda. We had previously approved 2 rules at the preceding meeting last year. And on April 7th, I believe it was, there were 5 rules that were considered in a public forum. Another 3 rules will be proposed in June, on June the 12th. So if all those come out of the committee as we hope, they will be presented to the board, to the DCAP committee in July, and they will hopefully be presented to the new board in September for approval. Those rules, I'm not going to go through them here. They're set out on page 255 of the handout for your review. So in 2021, I'm sure everybody remembers, we had a major referendum on a number of rules that went through and was a very successful referendum compared to the one we had back in 2010, which didn't go so well. We're going to use the same timetable and timeline and basically process this time as we used in 2021 because you want to duplicate success, obviously. So under that timeline, if the board approves the rules in September at the board meeting, they will go to the Supreme Court, which will then order a referendum, hopefully to take place between February and March of 2024. And we will obviously be involved, every member of the board in September will be involved in educating the populace, the board populace, about these rules, and hopefully we'll have a favorable result just the way we did in 21. So be on the lookout for more details as they come down. Obviously, the public hearing is in June on the last 3 rules. I think all of these rules will be a major benefit to the lawyers practicing in this state. So I'm encouraged by it. I love the rules that we've passed so far, and I think the next 8 look very promising as well. So unless there's any questions, that concludes my report.
Any comments from directors? Thank you, Director Toby. That brings us to agenda item 15B. And I get to say 6 words that are going to bring great joy to everyone in this room because they haven't been uttered in far too long. Director Forbes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To begin, on a point of personal privilege, I want to thank you for your exceptional leadership this year and friendship. Truly, thank you, Chair Brook. The Client Security Fund Subcommittee met on April 19 of this year. The subcommittee reviewed 59 applications and approved 38 for a total of $213,099.15. To date, the subcommittee has approved 101 applications for a total of $889,140.72. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
(16A), the report from the Professional Development Subcommittee, Director McDonald.
Good afternoon. The Professional Development Subcommittee will meet jointly with the CLE Committee on May 4th to discuss topics for CLE programs and publications. Feel free to reach out to any of the members with any suggestions you might have. With the help of the CLE Committee focus groups, Texas Bar CLE has started the planning phase for a new online product called Practice Skills Short Takes, which I believe Trey talked about earlier, designed to help new lawyers learn essential practice skills in key practice areas. These tutorials will be short in duration and incorporate learning tools such as demonstrations, checklists, templates, and testing. While still not at pre-pandemic levels, Texas Bar CLE is seeing more lawyers returning to in-person CLEs. Texas Bar CLE is now offering the option of purchasing courses in their entirety online. In addition to shorter bundles, having several options available ensures that lawyers have access to our programs in the length and format of their choice. And Texas Bar Books provides free access to its digital and online publications to law students and law school faculty. Law students and law school faculty can get access by visiting texasbarpractice.com and signing up for an account using a valid EDU email address. That was good information. I saw that in the latest Texas Bar Journal, and I will make sure that I get all of my Texas Tech people signed up. Texas Bar CLE provides law students and law school faculty free access to online classes and webcasts. Additionally, members of the bar's law student division are now entitled to 15% off of any Texas Bar Books print publication and can attend Texas Bar CLE live courses free of charge. The DEI office will be holding 2 live programs in May. The Texas Minority Attorney Program is a CLE seminar open to all attorneys to hear essential updates on areas of the law and current issues facing solo practitioners, small firms, women, and diverse lawyers. This year marks the 20th anniversary of this program. And Train the Trainer is a free program designed to encourage new speakers to get involved in the State Bar of Texas. Participants can learn about opportunities to speak for the State Bar and hear tips from experienced speakers. That is my report.
Any comments from directors? Seeing none, we will move to agenda item 16B, the report from the new Directors Orientation Subcommittee, Director Huddleston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the new Directors Orientation Subcommittee had a meeting via Zoom on April 13th. We have 6 wonderful members, 5 outside of myself, Liz Cantu, David Calvillo, Kellyanne Clark, Ken Culpepper, and Lori Kern. So it's a great subcommittee. We discussed the plan for an in-person orientation for new board members in conjunction with the incoming and outgoing board meetings in Houston in June. There will be a total of 22 new directors, and this includes section reps and liaisons. Our committee will make phone calls to each of the new directors and welcome them to the board and provide a board member contact for them. Our ask is that each of you introduce yourselves to the new board members whenever you meet them, knowing that it's obviously like drinking from a fire hose whenever you join the board. And so we just ask that you make personal connections with each of them, knowing that us six will be kind of the first point of contact for them whenever they join. And that concludes my report. Thanks.
Any comments from directors? It's in Austin, by the way. 16C, Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee Director Shumbato.
Thank you, Mr. Board Chair. The Member Benefits Subcommittee report will be pretty short. On the non-insurance side, I can tell you that current vendor categories are including insurance and finance, retail and shipping, car rentals, office and practice management products. The member engagement with those products continues to increase. We have recently added Benchley Law Ruler and e-notary log. I believe we reported on Smokeball as well at our last meeting. There are potential new vendors being evaluated constantly to be for possible admission or addition, I should say. And there's a survey planned for this September to gather some information from the members on what other benefits they may be interested in. Regarding insurance, the 10-year product enrollments have reached 89,266. Enrollments have averaged growth of 27% annually. The 2022 annual enrollment period ended on January the 15th of this year, and activity in that individual health market is high, largely due to the American Rescue Plan Act's premium tax credit extension. And lastly, and importantly, new health plan options for solo practitioners and small law firms are being evaluated. So as always, you can find out more information on these benefits at texasbar.com/benefits. And that concludes my report.
Any comments from directors? Seeing none, agenda item 16D, the Technology Oversight Subcommittee, Director Tolshin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As usual, it's done from a computer because it's the Technology Oversight Committee's report. A couple of things that have been going on with technology at our state bar. Number one, multi-factor authentication. This is like that thing where they enter your password and then it might send you a code and you'd enter a code in order to ensure that you're the true and correct person who should be accessing data. This is being implemented across all systems and applications and should result in higher levels of data security. There's new call center software that will track daily calls so that managers will be able to monitor the performance of their teams in real time and identify areas for improvement and make data-driven decisions. Thirdly, there's a drafted new prohibited technology policy. In response to the state's mandate, the bar has drafted a new prohibited technology policy that specifies the use of certain technologies and applications that are not allowed using bar assets. This policy is designed to ensure compliance with state regulations and to protect the security of the state bar. As part of this policy, TikTok has been blocked. Finally, disaster preparedness. As part of the disaster preparedness plan, we have identified key staff members who are essential to maintaining our operations during a disaster or an emergency. These staff members include those responsible for critical systems and applications, as well as those who manage customer communications and services. To ensure that these staff members can communicate and access our systems during power outages, we have provided them with backup batteries for their home and their home locations. This will ensure that they will have the necessary resources to continue their important work and that we can continue to work and function during a disaster And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Any comments from directors? Seeing none, we'll move to agenda item 17, the section representatives to the board report. Director Smith.
I absolutely am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the beginning of the year, Chad asked us to bring before the board information about the important role that sections play in the work of the bar, how important it is to our members and the sorts of things that we do. We've talked at previous meetings about the CLE that the sections put on, about special projects and pro bono initiatives. What I want to talk about today very briefly is the written publications that sections provide to our members. And we picked out 5 in particular that we want to brag on before you. And the first is the survival guides from the criminal justice section. And everything I'm talking about, there are examples in the back, and you're welcome to take examples back with you. It's like your mother told you, take what you want, but eat what you take. So we didn't make bags, but we have bags for you if you want them. Survival guides, criminal justice section. We send out about 2 annually. They're laminated. They're for courtroom practice. And the section is looking at eventually compiling this either into a book or an app. The Advocate. This is very close to my heart. I was on the Advocate editorial board 20 years ago when we hired Lonnie and started doing the current format. It's a very well-respected publication. It's the go-to for a lot of issues. I was testifying before a legislative committee last month, and I had an advocate with me because in case I got asked questions about something. So very, very good publication. You can't talk about sections and publications without talking about the great partnership that we have between sections and Texas Bar Books. All that expertise we have in our sections finds its way out in the form of publications like the Family Law Practice Manual, Texas Water Resources, Real Estate Forms, and then the pattern jury charges that I use in my practice all the time. Next, we've got the Family Law Toolkit. That's one of the core benefits of family law membership. And every year I understand we get some grumpy lawyers when it comes time for the updates to come out, if they aren't out right when they want them. It's so well thought of. It's used all the time. It's what you need to practice family law. It's a product we're particularly proud of. And then finally, if you're a hardback nut like me, we've got back there the hardback Landmarks of a Century in Oil and Gas Law that was a multi-year project between UT Law and the section. It has 20 cases from throughout the 20th century, followed by commentary talking about the importance of these foundational cases in oil and gas jurisprudence. And that was provided to members and is a very good, it's a good coffee table book. It's a good example of a partnership between the section and someone else. And that's all that I have unless there are any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any comments from directors? Please do. If you need to stretch your legs, take a gander at those materials in the back. You'll be, I think, fairly impressed. I do a fair amount of family appellate work, and I can tell you when you go to the courthouse, you don't see too many family lawyers that don't have the section toolkit in their briefcase. So take a look. That brings us to agenda item 18, Commission for Lawyer Discipline, Chief Disciplinary Counsel, and I believe we're going to receive a report from Bobby Ramirez on Zoom. Mr. Ramirez?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for allowing me to make this presentation. Let me take this opportunity to provide you with some statistics that apply to the last quarter, the third quarter. During that time frame, 100 complaints were resolved through 82 sanctions. Of the sanctions imposed during that time frame, there was 1 disbarment, 4 resignations in lieu of discipline, 24 suspensions, 13 public reprimands, 28 private reprimands, 12 grievance referral programs or referrals to the GRP, the grievance referral program. For year-to-date statistics, 329 complaints were resolved through 255 sanctions. Also during that time frame, in terms of attorney fee revenue that was collected, we recovered the amount of $169,542. Let me complete my report by providing you with just a simple reminder to complete and return the nomination forms for appointments to the local grievance committees. All of these individuals who serve are a vital part of the process, of the discipline process, and we appreciate all of your assistance in getting this in. The deadline for submissions to the Chief Disciplinary Council is May 1st, even if your term is ending. So I would ask on behalf of the commission for your assistance in that regard. And again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you.
Any comments from directors? Thank you, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you.
We will now move to agenda item 20. That will be our report from the Texas Access to Justice Commission. We are joined today by the chair of the commission, Harriet Myers. I'm proud and pleased to report that since the last meeting, she and I have reached a compromise. I still will not call her Harriet, but I no longer call her Ms. Myers. We've settled on boss.
He's a hoot. Thank you for having me today, and I really am appreciative of this time, and I'll try to be brief because you all have touched on a number of the items we would talk about with respect to access to justice already. But I do want to start by saying it is important that we focus on these issues because, and I hate to start with a little bit of negativity here, but it's important with respect to this topic. There is a National Center for State Courts index that talks about justice in the various states. And Texas has the 6th lowest score on that index of states. So our work is cut out for us. I want to say on behalf of Texas that we're a big state and we have complex population in terms of great differences from one end of the state to the other. We have a lot of rural areas. So I don't take that index without really looking at it, but it is not one that we're proud of, and we would like to see a difference in it. So thank you for your support of the commission. We do believe that it is an exceptional work that we can try to increase access to justice for people in our state that do not have the resources to access the justice system that they should have. So we are in a state of transition. I'm sure most of you know. We posted as of a week ago Friday, the position of executive director for the commission and the access, the department for access via the state bar or lab. So that is underway and we're looking forward to getting lots of different applicants. And if you know anybody that you think would fill this position, we urge you to suggest to them that they apply so that we have a great deal of opportunity to consider a number of qualified applicants. In the interim, we have Judge Laura Livingston serving as the interim director of these two entities. And she is amazing. And I suspect most of you know Judge Laura Livingston or have heard about her. She's very well known, not just here in Texas, but nationally. But I wanted to read just a brief comment that was made about her when her portrait was hung as she retired from the 261st District Court in Travis County. Judge Laura Livingston was the first African-American woman to preside over a Travis County District Court when she was elected in 1999. Judge Livingston has been an active presence on the boards of the Texas Legal Center for the Judiciary, State Bar of Texas Judicial Section, and the Texas Access to Justice Commission, and established the Travis County Self-Help Center, a resource providing self-represented litigants with legal information. So she comes to us with an incredible number of credentials that fit directly into what we've asked her to do. And at the national level, she will now be the delegate from Texas to the American Bar Association House of Delegates. She's just taking over that position. And rightfully so. She's been a leader in the ABA with respect to legal services and other issues for many, many years. So we are very grateful for her stepping in. She'll be with us as hopefully as long as we need her help. And that gives us some flexibility in terms of moving the process forward, but also not being stressed because of not having someone with her qualifications at the helm. On legislative issues, we are mostly concerned about our funding issues, supporting the Supreme Court budget. That's a real challenge this year with respect to particularly the exceptional items that the Supreme Court put forward, and particularly funding for kiosks. We really do feel like those are a significant advancement, speaking of technology, in providing access to justice. So we hope that we will be successful in achieving the funding to support what the court has asked. We also, of course, support legislation at the federal level, and you've heard about the ABA days, which this year were just very, very successful. As you've heard before, we talked to both senators with encouraging responses. Senator Cornyn is quite a leader in those issues nationally. Everybody looks to him on those issues, dear colleague letters, et cetera. He's just an amazing supporter of these issues. So that's helpful to us. The effort of the Legal Services Corporation, which is whose funding we're up there to support, is direly needed. And this year they asked for $1.5 billion, which is an immense increase. But what that would provide, it would reduce the justice gap, they anticipate, by 75% and increase the basic field grants by 70%. So much needed money, but very difficult, of course, in Washington. So we really do ask if you have contacts in either Congress or the state legislature, if you would let us know and would be willing to help. There is nothing like personal relationships to make a difference on any of these matters. And we've seen it time and time again. A friend can pick up a phone and talk to somebody, and the next day a barrier to advancement doesn't exist. So please, if you have relationships, would be willing to share them, we would really appreciate that help. We have learned that our language access bill is doing very well, and we hope that will pass here pretty shortly. The Veterans Gala you've heard about, it was an amazing event, raising approximately $550,000. A few, we're not exactly sure because we're still adding up money, but it's about what was raised last year. We can do better than that. It's a lot of money and we're grateful for it, but we'd love to see more corporations and more law firms participating at the highest levels, because that goes to, we've had veterans who served our nation and cannot now, even though they fought to protect the justice system and our democracy, now can't access it because they don't have the funds to do so. So need help there. We're going to start planning again for next year. And if you want to help us with that, we would greatly appreciate it. I'm sure you're hearing a lot about the working group. I don't have the nerve to stand up here and talk about that because we have Kenan Wooten in the audience, and she's one of the co-chairs, and that effort that she is leading is meticulous and very studied to address exactly what the Supreme Court asked be addressed. And that was the study of trained paraprofessionals, potentially providing limited legal services to the poor. And also, of course, as a second measure, non-lawyer ownership of organizations, again, serving the poor. This is not law business that is of the nature that our lawyers generally seek after, except on a pro bono arrangement. So the other two things I'll mention really quickly, the ATJ dues checkoff is very important to us, and we're about to send out the dues statements again. The Supreme Court writes a letter. There's a lot of fanfare about trying to get people to check off, but most firms and even corporations, lawyers don't ever see the dues statement. So we have to figure out how to get to them and get them to provide a check off, and again, help there from your encouraging lawyers to check off would be greatly appreciated. And then we are, as you know, embarking on a strategic planning process as the bar has done itself. And we've got two very experienced, wonderful individuals heading that up, John Tull and Bruce Bowers. John has done immense work all over the country, and Bruce, I hope, needs no introduction because he's been a stalwart legal services lawyer for so long, and received the Emily Jones Award just last year. So to end, I will say that appreciate being here a great deal, and for one reason, because when you all were talking about the need for the work in the law schools, one of our committees now is our law school advisory committee, and I'm going to take back to them the discussion that you had about the law schools engendering in young lawyers, the participation in the State Bar of Texas, and we'll be adding, of course, the State Bar of Texas and access to justice. So we want to offer that committee of our commission to help with your messaging, and hopefully it will also serve our messaging also. So thank you again for having me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the entire board, thank you for all you do to lead our access to justice efforts. Couple of quick things before we move to the next agenda item. I have been instructed that I am not being nearly aggressive enough in pressuring all of you to go back and take section publications. So here, this is me putting all the pressure I can on this group. Please do help yourself to these outstanding publications in the back when you leave. Second thing, just a comment about the previous report. The gala, that money goes again to serve legal needs for veterans. We heard a story from I believe a 94-year-old. He told us the story. It was a video of a 94-year-old veteran, combat veteran of World War II, who is nearly completely blind, nearly completely deaf, and was about to lose his home. And Texas Legal Aid stepped in and saved his house for him. And when you hear stories like that, it's pretty hard not to want to get behind that effort. Tables to the gala, I believe, are only $5,000. It's not an enormous investment. And next year at this time, I'm going to have a little more time on my hands. So fair warning to everyone in the room, you're going to be getting phone calls from me putting a lot of pressure on you for your firm or your company or your section or whatever the case may be to buy a table and support that gala so we can expand legal services offerings to our veterans. So when I call, say yes. Our next agenda item is item 21. TYLA report from TYLA President Michael Ritter.
Those who are keeping tabs, I am a notes on the smartphone millennial. So I just wanted to clear that up before we got started. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I am happy to share with you what I and the Texas Young Lawyers Association have been up to since we last met in January. I'm going to cover just a few topics to discuss what we've been doing this quarter. The first thing is my bar journal columns. I hope you've had a chance to read them. We tackle some important issues that are significant to young lawyers. My February column addresses mentor and sponsor appreciation, which is super important to young lawyers to know that there are lawyers who are more experienced, who are willing to go to bat for us. This one was inspired by Josie Geller and Never Been Kissed. And it's whenever you have your glow up from a young lawyer and become a fully supported attorney with, mentors and sponsors. I'm not Josie Grossi anymore. I am a real lawyer. The March column addressed imposter syndrome and tips for young lawyers who are experiencing, questions of adequacy. And we tackled that with Romy Michelle from Romy Michelle's high school reunion. In April, I took inspiration from Derek Zoolander to promote our new public service project, How Texas Courts Work. And this one's not in your materials, but it is out in the current May edition of the Texas Bar Journal, which is my experience getting my very first grievance. And some of the scariest words you'll ever read in your life as a young lawyer is something like, "Dear Mr. Ritter, the Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel has received the following grievance against you and determined that it states a complaint," which is their determination that if the allegations are true, you committed a bad act as an attorney, which is very scary. Ultimately, I went through it and I share my story about sort of the mental challenges that presents when you do not share the perspective that the complaint is meritorious. But the story has a happy ending with the complaint being dismissed, and it just goes to the state bar's efforts to ensure that the grievance system, even though that one of the undesirable things about our self-regulated profession is that we get grievances against us, the system generally works. Like President Gibson, President-elect Tisdale, and Chair Baruch, I've also been on the event circuit. In early February, I, along with Directors Pratt and Rispoli, attended the ABA YLD Assembly and CLE conference in New Orleans. On March 3rd and 4th, I also attended the Leadership SBOT program in Galveston, Texas, and hosted the program for the Leadership SBOT class. We had the opportunity to go to a couple local high schools to roll out TYLA projects, including our new project, How Texas Courts Work. On March 31st, I presented at the Youth Justice Alliance's conference of five area high schools in San Antonio, along with the Chief Justice of the Fourth Court of Appeals, Rebecca Martinez, and the Dean of St. Mary's Law School, Patty Roberts, and talked to the students about different paths to the law and the variety of types of work that lawyers do. On April 1st, I made an appearance at the National Trial Competition hosted by the Texas Young Lawyers Association and talked about the importance of developing trial skills with young lawyers to maintain those important traditions in the age of the vanishing jury trial. And in middle of April, I attended another ABA YLD conference in Colorado. This was a summit of Western states. And so there were young lawyer delegates from states like Colorado, Nevada, California, et cetera. And we sponsored this event through TYLA. And we also had a couple presentations, one that was by TYLA Treasurer Callie Franks on alternative career paths for lawyers, and an oil and gas presentation by TYLA directors Miranda Caballero and Sushant Mohan. Last week, I attended the Texas Bar Foundation Board of Trustees meeting to present on the efforts of the TYLA board in rolling out our How Texas Courts Work project. And along with Chair Baruch and a couple other reviews, I also attended the LGBT Law Section 25th anniversary. So moving on from what I've been doing to what the board has been doing and all the great work that we've accomplished so far, I'm proud to report we are 95% of the way done with all of our projects. And I just wanted to run through them really quickly to let you know what it is that we have been doing. We have published a guide to law adjacent careers for individuals who are interested in becoming a court reporter or court interpreter, and provided steps on how to become engaged in those professions. Another project that we've completed is we've redesigned our website to make it look a little bit more modern. You think that we just hire somebody to do all this, but in fact, a lot of design concepts came from our communications committee. Our communications committee also published our second quarter of the leaders letter during the pandemic. One of the projects that went away for a while was our membership communication through a quarterly newsletter and our annual report. So we're bringing that back this year. We've also completed our podcast series, all the recording, editing, and we are now releasing our podcast episodes over the next couple of months. It is our War Story seasons of the Young Gunners podcast. So we encourage you to subscribe to that to hear, even for whether you're a TYLA member or not, the lessons learned from practice areas from other attorneys. We've also completed our CLE programming. From our February to April, we had 2 CLEs. One was on 10 tips to avoid a grievance and what to do. You get one. And the second one on strategies to succeed in firm life. We also had a very successful virtual ethics trivia where our committee watched and wrote trivia questions based on the disciplinary rules that were all inspired from movies such as the 3 were Legally Blonde, My Cousin Vinny, and A Few Good Men. We had over 238 trivia participants, and it was a very successful event for us. We've also completed our Grievance and Malpractice 101 template to make it more current. Some of my favorite projects are this one and the next one. Online marketing tutorials helps. They are YouTube videos. They're all about 5 to 10 minutes long, and they teach you basic skills that you need for online marketing as a lawyer. If you were wondering, how do I create a law firm website? How do I post those graphic images on social media that look so good? How do I be consistent and branding my branding materials? How do I get an advertisement approved through the State Bar website? We have some of the first of its kind videos by lawyers for lawyers about how to do these online marketing activities, and they're only 5 to 10 minutes. So if you ever have a question for how to advance your social media presence or your web presence generally, I highly recommend these videos. The next project I'm really excited about having completed is the Career Development Guide. This is a written resource on the best practices for becoming a well-rounded professional as a young lawyer or not, in terms of publications, presentations, board certifications, joining an inn of court, and getting involved in local bar associations to become more well-rounded professionals and to have a more fulfilling career. This next resource, I'm just kind of still in awe that we even have it. It's a sudden loss resource, and it's a guide on what to do if a family member, friend, or loved one dies without a will. And I'm deeply grateful to Director Courageous and the University Federal Credit Union for producing this resource for TYLA. At the beginning of this year, there was the school shooting in, I can't believe I'm blanking on the name, the Uvalde school shooting. Thank you. And I received so many messages from people that TYLA needs to do something. TYLA need to do something about this. And you ask the question, well, what exactly can TYLA do for something like this? And just out of the blue, David Courageous approached TYLA, just a totally separate coincidence, and said, hey, what about a resource for somebody who has to deal with somebody who's lost a family member suddenly and doesn't know what to do? It's a full checklist, kind of start to finish, and it's an amazing resource. And we're very grateful to Director Courageous and UFCU. The National Trial Competition was also a fantastic event. We had 30 of the top mock trial teams from throughout the country come to San Antonio and participate and battle it out. It was the second year in a row where we had 2 teams from UCLA in the finals. And I can tell you that the future of the legal profession, not only Texas, but throughout the country, is going to be amazing. These students were just incredible. It may be the best trial, real or mock, that I have ever seen judging that finals round. A couple other updates are, as Carlos had mentioned before, TYLA is very grateful to have received a Bar Foundation grant for Director Pratt's adulting project next year, and please look forward to that. The next few things I wanted to address is not just the projects that we create this year, but how we continue to promote projects that have been created in previous years. During Victor Flores's year, he established this attorney wellness website with a bunch of videos. And this year, we did a promotion to expand out the website for resources for individuals who are in crisis and address situations about whether or not they have an insurance or don't have insurance, or their particular situations on where they can get help and things to consider when looking for counseling, in addition to the TLAB. There you go. So to promote that attorney wellness website, we have done a wellness video series where young lawyers have shared their own experiences dealing with mental health issues that can arise from just being an attorney, being a professional. I started off in my own video with a story about getting fired from the Attorney General's office. Judge Bianca Garcia talked about her cancer diagnosis and overcoming that. Armin Salick and Allison Martinez and Garrett Kautz are all TYLA directors who shared similar stories of going through just mental health challenges to inspire other attorneys who see these videos to let them know, hey, it gets better, hang in there. And if you need help, we have this wonderful website that's a great resource. We've already had close to 1,000 attorneys go to our attorney wellness website just through half of our promotions alone. For Women's History Month, we rolled out past President Brittany Harrison's iconic Women in the Law videos, and we had a lot of great reception to that. And we have completed our annual promotion of the Teach Safe, Be Safe, Learn Safe resource that was created during Bailey Rhodes this year. And with the final results on that, the tally is we had over 1 million impressions, 220,000 engagements, and nearly 25,000 Texas teachers going to this resource for a variety of topics, legal issues, and other considerations for Texas teachers. So I also wanted to share this with you because you probably see, oh, that's a lot, you do a lot, but to actually quantify the amount of work that goes into the projects that we publish and create and we work on throughout the year. I did something at the beginning of our year, our first quarterly meeting. I asked everybody on the board to give an estimate of the hours that they had put in. I also asked them, do you have to take accrued vacation time to come participate in bar service? You can see the yes answers here, and you get a sampling of the hours from one quarter that, keep turning it off. For that first quarter was 1,902 hours for that first quarter. If you multiply that times 4 quarters, you're looking at 7,600 hours. And that's not including my own. I calculated it yesterday and I'm close to 800 hours. And I'm not saying this for credit or sympathy, but what I wanted to share with you is that our board is such an incredibly hardworking board. And in meetings like this, where you're looking at the budget, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the entire TYLA Board of Directors and our division for your continued support year after year. And that concludes my report.
Any comments from directors other than that made us feel old and tired? You all have as always, we're very proud of everything TYLA does. Agenda item 22A, Senior Justice Lehrman has an excused absence, so there will be no report, which brings us to 22B, the report from the Court of Criminal Appeals Liaison, Judge McClure.
Business courts, no. But too soon. Well, I mean, obviously the legislature is still in session. I will, without editorializing, there are several bills that affect the judiciary, from education to matters of salary to jurisdictional issues and creating new courts. And I don't just mean those courts we were talking about earlier, but obviously, we have needs around the state as far as new courts. So if you're interested in all those, any of those things or all those things or some of those things, definitely you should seek those out, those bills out, and give somebody a call if you care about it. I was at the Leadership State Bar Texas meeting in March and got to talk about leadership, which I'm still wondering why they asked me to speak about leadership, but that's okay. I think probably maybe the first lesson of leadership is pretending that you're a leader. So I think I passed that one. I don't have any notes because I'm Generation X and I would just show up at home at 3:45 in the afternoon and try to figure out how to stay out of trouble. So I feel like that's what I'm doing right now. So our term is sort of winding up. We meet every Tuesday morning at 9 as a court until the last Tuesday in June. So we're getting towards the finish line. That doesn't mean our work ends. It just means a lot of our in-person work ends. We just vote by email until the first Tuesday in September. I will be, if any of you are going to the Fifth Circuit Conference in San Antonio in 9 days, I will be there, and several members of our court will be there, and I imagine several members of the Supreme Court and the Courts of Appeals will be there. So come say hi, don't be a stranger. And then again, in true Gen X fashion, I forgot what I was going to say to end this. Oh, yes. Okay. So I was here last month. We had oral arguments over at Baylor Law School, and we do that in conjunction with the criminal justice section. And the year before we went to Lubbock, that's where I met Dwight McDonald. Well, actually, I met him before then, but got to hang out with him as well. So I don't know where we're going next year, but sort of my public service announcement / plea is this. There is going to be a shortage of lawyers in the criminal justice system. We already, I mean, I shouldn't say going to, there is one now. It's only going to get worse. Prosecutors' offices around the state are looking for lawyers to come staff their offices, and some are more successful than others, but it's hard out there. And especially as you get further away from the big cities, it's hard to find qualified people who want to do criminal defense work or prosecution. So that's one of the reasons why we go visit law schools and do oral arguments there, is to kind of stimulate interest in the criminal justice system. So like I said, I don't know where we'll be next year, but and I'm not announcing a policy, especially since I'm the most junior member of my court, but I'm pretty sure we're going to go somewhere again next year and do the same thing. So if it comes to a law school near you, I encourage you to come visit, even if you don't do criminal law, even if it's the last practice area you would ever practice in, come say hi. The law students, as you know, love to hear from practicing lawyers. And so I'd definitely recommend that to you. And with that, I conclude my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge McClure. Any comments from directors? That brings us to agenda item 23, which is the report from our general counsel, Ross Fisher. Is he? Oh, he's right there.
I'll be brief. Thank you. Most of the things that we'll talk to you about are going to be discussed in closed session, which we'll get to shortly. As President Gibson mentioned, I was at the Board of Legal Specialization induction ceremony where I heard her remarks and was grateful to have her there. And I've worked with Chris Ritter on various issues as they've come up, and am standing by to help with Brad Johnson's departure to help fill in as needed with the in-house legal staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Any comments from directors? Seeing none, that brings us to agenda item 24. Do we have an open and closed portion, or just closed? It is now 1:29 p.m. and the State Bar of Texas Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel regarding Bennett versus State Bar of Texas, Washington versus State Bar of Texas et al., Robbins versus State Bar of Texas et al., Harrison versus State Bar of Texas Insurance Trust, Turnbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., and tax law matters regarding fundraising for 1415 Lavaca. And is authorized by Texas Government Code 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. With the exception of board liaisons and section representatives, all other individuals, including non-essential staff and other guests, must now excuse themselves from the closed session. We will notify the public when we are 5 minutes out from returning to open session. Jen, is somebody going to let folks know they can come back in? Oh, Director Toby, thank you. It's now 1:48 PM and the open session of the Board of Directors meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultation with legal counsel regarding Bennett v. State Bar of Texas, Washington v. State Bar of Texas et al., Robbins v. State Bar of Texas et al., Harrison versus State Bar of Texas Insurance Trust, Hernbull versus Commission for Lawyer Discipline et al., and tax law matters regarding fundraising for 1415 Lavaca were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. That brings us to agenda item 25, the State Bar mission statement, and Director Kern will lead us today in the mission statement.
The mission of the State Bar of Texas is to support the administration of the legal system, assure all citizens equal access to justice, uphold standards of ethical conduct, and enable its members to better serve their clients and the public, and promote diversity in the administration of justice and the practice of law.
Thank you, Director Kern. I want to mention, now I'm not going to say who, but one of our members, an anonymous member, will be getting on an airplane very soon and flying to Washington, D.C. to have an intimate chat with 21 members of the United States Senate. We just want to mention that we are wishing that person the very best, and we are so very proud of you. With that said, is there any further business? If not, is there a motion to adjourn? Director Tolshin moves, Director Cavazos seconds. All in favor, say aye. All who want to stay, say nay. We will stand adjourned. See y'all.